started. Like to welcome all of our community members who are joining us via the YouTube live stream to our Hopkins School Board workshop this evening. I'm Chair Jen Bouchard, and this is a really exciting night because we have in-person people in the room joining us, and it just feels so good, even though we're all masked and still in this hybrid format, to actually be in physical proximity to community members. So really happy that you're with us this evening as well. We have a rather packed agenda for our workshop tonight with some really important topics that I know our community members have had a lot of questions about. So we'll get started with our Equity and Inclusion Student Advisory Group update. You know, in Hopkins schools, we are so fortunate to have brilliant students who are advising us in our work to both in our visioning work while we were creating Vision 2031 and now in our implementation. And so we've been seeking as a school board to engage students in a variety of ways in this work. And one of those venues is this Equity and Inclusion Student Advisory Group. So with that, I'll pass it over to our Vice Chair, Shannon Andreessen.
Thank you, Chair Bouchard. And I cannot see on the Google Meet who is in attendance. So just wondering if any of the students who were going to speak tonight are in the meet. I think Lucy.
Lucy's here.
Great. Hi, Lucy. Thank you for coming. I know that it's busy right now with spring sports, so lots of our scholars aren't available to join us at this workshop. So I will get started. The Equity and Inclusion Student Advisory has been working all year to go over passion areas, to talk about their experience in Hopkins Public Schools, and to workshop around those ideas and passions to come to some concrete recommendations for the school board. And we are ready to present to all of you at this workshop. I'll just give you a quick overview of what the students are signing up for when they join this advisory. It's open to all Hopkins Schools student grades 7th through 12th. And this action-oriented group advises the Hopkins School Board on the application of our Vision 2031 core value of vigilant equity and authentic inclusion. Vigilant equity and authentic inclusion mean that all students have what they need to thrive and that they can show up as their full selves in every Hopkins Public Schools space. So with that, I will go ahead and share my screen with the recommendations that the scholars have brought to us this evening, and Lucy and I will co-present. And Lucy, I don't know if you want to introduce yourself, maybe share what grade you're in, and if you're comfortable, which school you attend. That would be great.
Yeah, my name is Lucy Denhartog. I'm a freshman at Hopkins. Yeah.
Thank you, Lucy. Where am I? Can everyone see the screen?
Yes, thank you.
Great. Lucy, if you want to kick us off, that would be great.
Great. The first recommendation is on secondary start times. In alignment with Vision 2031 and reimagining of the school day that the district has begun in earnest since distance learning began. The student advisory recommends that secondary start times are flexible based off staff and student wants and needs, creating optional early morning and late evening classes. This gives everyone a choice to do what works for their schedules and gives students agency in designing their learning experience.
And we thought it might be good to pause after each of our high-level recommendations so that if any board members have questions that they would like us to address in each section, we're open to doing that. Are there any questions? I can't see any because I'm staring at my presentation. So we can go on to the next.
The next touches on health and wellness curriculum. Our current health and wellness curriculum relies on outdated understandings of gender and sexuality, separating students out by male or female and teaching sexuality in terms that are heteronormative. In order to be inclusive and respectful in our health and wellness and not perpetuate stigmas that may lead to mental health crisis, the student advisory recommends the following. Don't separate out by gender during health class sections. Teach about gender identity and sexuality in ways that normalize and include all genders and sexualities. And lastly, start teaching about gender and sexual identity in elementary schools. Are there any questions on that recommendation?
Vice Chair Andrews, we're going to exactly through your mic.
Oh, okay. I will.
The third recommendation is in LGBTQ plus curriculum reform. Our community supports teaching LGBTQ plus history and social justice in our classrooms so that all students have an accurate understanding of our society and their place in it. Therefore, the student advisory recommends to provide professional development for teachers around expanding district curriculum to include LGBTQ plus history and perspectives, and advocate to keep LGBTQ plus up as a part of social studies curriculum standards with MDE. Are there any questions on that?
Yeah, thank you so much, Lucy. So are your curricular recommendations focused at the junior high and high school level or the elementary as well?
I think that in all levels, some form of LGBTQ plus curriculum should be included as kind of explained in the previous recommendation. But I feel right now to expand starting in the junior high and high school levels, I think starting there would be a good place.
Thank you.
Okay, I have the next couple of recommendations. And let me know if I start to echo. The second is curriculum reform. Our community supports a rigorous, engaging, and equitable education for all our scholars. Our current curriculum does not teach accurate or holistic history or center the voices of those who have shaped our nation/the world. Neither does it reflect the talents, culture, and experiences of our students. In order to provide a world-class educational experience, the Student Advisory recommends we advocate for decolonized and culturally competent social studies curriculum standards within MDE, as well as establish a Hopkins Community Scholar Program beginning in junior high that focuses on racial, social justice, community action, and ethnic studies. Support teachers who seek to revise their curriculum to be more inclusive and culturally responsive by providing resources such as Decolonizing Columbus and other alternative curriculums that are available. Are there any questions on that recommendation? The next advisory recommendation is in the area of discipline and student conduct. Given the disparate rates at which students of color are suspended, expelled, and the negative impacts of school discipline policies on student achievement and graduation rates, the Student Advisory recommends the board establish a transparent process for reporting racial incidents so that students feel confident that they will actually be listened to. Establish affinity circles at each grade level, if they don't exist already, to provide safe spaces for students to discuss racism and how it manifests in their school, and use the Reimagining School Safety recommendations to replace the current policies, authoritative and punitive practices with restorative ones. Are there any questions on that recommendation?
Vice Chair Andreessen and Lucy, I'm wondering if you could talk a little bit about how that intersects with policy.
The discipline and conduct.
That's right.
So we currently have a student conduct policy and discipline policy through the board. And so the advisory is recommending that we establish a transparent process within that policy for reporting incidents at each school level, and also having a place that is more welcoming and or is a safer space for students to talk about incidents at the school. And we are currently waiting on getting recommendations from the work from the task force in our district to give some really concrete revisions to our current school district discipline policy.
Excellent, thank you. And I think it intersects really well with the holistic safety model visioning that's been happening at the high school. So there's just a really great synergy around this particular topic right now.
Absolutely. We've had a few discussions with that core group that's working in the district and the capstone class that had recommendations coming out of that. And so we've been talking about them about what are ways in which a practice that they might want to implement would either conflict or need an adaptation to our policy in order for it to be effective.
Excellent, thank you so much.
Sure.
Vice Chair Andreessen?
Yes.
I just have a quick question. Could you go back and explain just a little bit more the number of scholars that were on the advisory committee and a little bit of a breakdown of their classes or what age they are? I may have missed that at the beginning.
I didn't give that detailed information. It's open to students 7th through 12th grade. And we've had a mix. One of the things that I really wanted as part of this committee is that students have various on and off ramps so that they can come in when they have the capacity and the bandwidth in order to do this work, or when something comes to their attention, they can then jump in back into the committee, or if finals are coming up, then they take a step back. So we had a kind of an application process, and through that we had 13 students interested. We've had a core group that have, and Lucy is one of them, that have been, we meet monthly, and we've kind of had a core group of around 4 to 5 with other people cycling in and out. And they range from, I don't think we have any 7th graders, but we did have, we had one, but mostly 8th through 12th. or the ages.
Thank you.
Sure. So that we can move on to rewrite student handbooks. Since the student handbook intersects with board policies and students are responsible for knowing these policies, the student advisory recommends students create these handbooks using a navigation resource mindset to engage students in the handbook, that it be multimedia and student-centered, a useful and accessible tool instead of a list of rules. The board handbook policy should include student voice in its language and relieve areas where the student handbook creates tension between equity and inclusion policies. One example of that would be the dress code. Are there any questions?
I think this idea of a multimedia handbook is really exciting and makes the information much more accessible and relevant to students. So I'm excited to see how this recommendation will be implemented over the next year.
Yeah, I got to have a great conversation with Holly Mangdes and Student Board Rep Elliot Berman about creating kind of a team in the district to handle this for each of our secondary schools. And they had great recommendations, in particular coming from a student perspective, and just how inaccessible our current handbooks are for students in multiple ways. So you should see something exciting coming down the pike soon. And Lucy, I will invite you to present our final recommendation unless there are other questions or comments.
The last recommendation is the gender inclusion policy. Hopkins schools should be a place where all students feel safe, seen, and valued. Therefore, the student advisory recommends the board passes the gender inclusion policy as presented, cross-reference it with the student handbook, survey to gather student input, gather community and parent input via engagement sessions, start conversations around identity earlier than is done currently, and provide a staff guide around gender inclusion and implementation. It should be part of the policy and student-centered, including student voice, and provide training to staff to implement this policy. Are there any questions on that recommendation?
Thank you, Lucy. And we're looking forward to discussing that policy next during our workshop. And then, of course, it's on our agenda this evening for approval and first reading, which is what you were referring to. So it's exciting for me that a lot of these recommendations that are so thoughtful are that the work is really already underway in certain areas. And what these recommendations allow us to do is see the big picture and how all of these pieces can fit together in terms of like another action item. Because I've been on enough bodies that have been asked to give recommendations, and it's like, okay, so what's going to happen with these recommendations, right? So another action item is I think the board can use these recommendations to shape our board goals as we move into next school year. So the board will meet in a workshop format over the summer, late summer, to talk about our board goals going into next school year. And embedding some of these recommendations, especially the work that really falls under the purview of the board and or intersects with our work. It'll be really helpful to have these recommendations to return to as we're doing that goal setting work. So I'd like to thank you, Lucy, and the entire team for all of the work and time you've spent on this. It's really phenomenal. And Shannon, for your mentorship and leadership through this process. This group has been a bright spot, certainly, this year, and just thank you for your presentation this evening.
Thank you.
Any other comments or questions from my board colleagues on the recommendations? Well, let's get started on at least one of those recommendations. And Shannon, I will not even turn it back over to you. You are just going to keep the mic here and lead us into our monitoring committee update.
Great, thank you. So jumping off of the student advisory recommendation, we have got a gender inclusion policy for everyone to review. And I am just looking for my document that has things in it. And I just wanted to give a little context around it. Hopkins Public Schools joins many other school districts across the state and the nation in presenting this gender inclusion policy. Chair Bouchard and administration began work on it 2 years ago in response to movement in our legal and social understandings of gender identity and expression. To craft this policy, we were led not only by law and statute, but mostly by our students who seek a more safe and inclusive learning environment. This policy reflects their experience and their work. Students who serve on the Equity and Inclusion Advisory to the Hopkins School Board also aided in the creation of this policy, giving us, the monitoring committee, concrete ways to make it and our school community better. Conversations around the monitoring committee virtual table were robust and spirited as we discussed this policy, but all were clear in wanting to do everything we can as a school board to support our students and staff whose gender identity or expression diverges from the binary. And it is also painfully clear to many of us and to our students that state and national conversations around these issues are exclusionary and can sometimes be cruel. Our students need to know that they are supported, safe, and valued in Hopkins Public Schools. And so I would like to open discussion around this policy that the monitoring committee has presented.
And for our community members who are joining us this evening and for my board colleagues, the policy itself is in the board meeting packet, and it starts on page 132 of the PDF. Well, I'll jump in first here. Vice Chair Andreessen, thank you for the excellent framing that really helps us understand that this work has been happening for quite some time and that there have been a lot of factors that have gone into the creation of this policy. What I keep front and center is the fact that it not only does it align with Vision 2031, but it's necessary to have a policy such as this in place in order to implement the promises of Vision 2031, namely authentic inclusion and vigilant equity. And it also, is in accordance with the Minnesota Bill of Rights, of Human Rights. And the fact, that we started these conversations in 2019. And I want to recognize the folks who were involved in those conversations early on. So I didn't get permission to say everybody's names publicly, but there were some staff members who were advising our GSAs, our Gender and Sexuality Alliances at the junior high at that time, who are absolutely instrumental in the first steps of this policy creation, as well as, of course, our scholars who were in the GSAs at the time at both junior highs and at the high school. We spent several hours in conversation looking at model policies from other districts, and really talking about, what do we want this policy to look like for Hopkins? And so their voices are in this policy, and I hear them ringing in my ears as I'm reading it. I also want to recognize our transgender student group at Hopkins High School that gave input into this policy in 2019 as well. And so I'd like to express my gratitude to our policy team and administration for your careful work in carrying this forward. And to be at this point this evening is really exciting. I'll probably say all of that at the meeting again, but I just wanted to practice. So thank you. I just had a couple language questions, and they truly are just that, just questions. And I wanted to better understand kind of the thinking behind them. So the first is in section 6, and I need to find it here. Oh, okay. Yeah. So there's just a Roman numeral situation here. So it looks like there are 2 section 6s. So that's why I paused. So it's in the second section 6. And it's in the red font and just right there at the beginning. And so this choice shall not infringe on their right to full participation. And I just want to make sure I understand what the term choice refers to there. Is it the choice to participate in classes, or is the choice referring to gender?
I think, is that the dress code part?
It's the physical education, classes and intramural and interscholastic athletics section.
Okay. I have to pull up the, because I think there is one that says their choice, and it's referring to that they can wear the clothes of their choice.
Oh.
Is that what?
I think that might be the one above. So there are 2 section 6s, and it's the second one.
I think we need smaller board packets.
Good luck. I mean, we could add that to our board goals, but
yes. Right. So all students have the right to participate in physical education classes, intramural sports, and interscholastic athletics in a manner that aligns with their gender identity. Yes, so the choice that they're making will not infringe on their right to full participation.
So the choice refers to the choice to participate.
Yes.
Okay.
In the manner.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then in section 8, under privacy.
Mm-hmm.
So it's I'll read it. A student's transgender or gender nonconforming status is private information. The fact that a student chooses to disclose I'm wondering if we might consider gender status instead of transgender status. And I just want to better understand why we're specifying transgender status there.
That's a good question. Nick, do you have any thoughts on that?
Thank you, Chair Bouchard. I appreciate the question. Yes, I think this is a key example of the evolution that we were talking about earlier. Typically, when previous conversations have been held, it has been a transgender space in which that has been the collective term. As things have been evolving, gender fluidity, other conceptual norms are also entering into the dialogue and conversation. I appreciate the more broad term of the disclosure of their gender status, I think, as being a more broad term, and transgender status being more restrictive potentially. But I think we certainly can continue the dialogue around which one would be more appropriate. I do believe that it was the intent of the monitoring committee to be as inclusive as we could, to also recognize that that is private information that an individual can share. Also to give guidance that just because it has been shared does not mean that it becomes the ability of a person who has been notified of that to share with others. That really rests within the scholar in their ability to control their own information. So that was the purpose behind it. I welcome additional dialogue and content and information about what the best terminology would be to make it most inclusive.
Thank you for that context. Yeah, absolutely. The purpose behind it makes perfect sense and absolutely needs to be included. And yeah, I guess I was just thinking along the lines of inclusivity and thinking about, you know, all of the different forms that gender can take, and if we wanted to capture that in that particular section.
If I could just add a note there, when we were discussing this, it definitely felt more to me that we were being more general than just the transgender status. We were kind of thinking to ourselves of all of the situations that this may occur, and it definitely went beyond that. So having it more broad does make a lot of sense. Not seeing the last language until now, the note seems to make a lot of sense based on the conversations that we had.
Hi, Steve. Did you have a question?
I do. A couple of them. First of all, there's no Minnesota School Board Association policy that we were basing this off of. Is that correct?
That is correct, but
Okay.
there are other districts that have passed policies like this, so we used those as a jumping off point.
Okay. Has it been reviewed by our district attorney?
Absolutely.
Okay. All right. And has it been reviewed by parents of transgender students?
Not in the current form, but we are having a community engagement session on Thursday for caregivers and community stakeholders.
Okay. I just want to make sure that it meets their needs as far as parents are concerned.
Absolutely.
All right. Thank you.
Steve, to expand on that just a little bit, having a child that has, you know, experienced a lot of questions in this area, I would say that as I was reviewing the policy, I really looked at it personally, maybe beyond just the board member, to what it addresses and what it didn't address. And maybe that's where the spirited conversation came from. But I would say I was definitely looking at it as more of a parent. And I feel that it's achieved a lot of the concerns that I have every day.
Thanks, John. Oh, sorry.
I'm sorry. No, you say what you were going to say, because I was going to take us in a different direction.
Well, I was just going to say thank you for saying that, John. And I think it's just an important reminder for our community that a lot of us here at the virtual board table are indeed parents of Hopkins scholars. So we do bring that perspective to our work. Go ahead, Chair Bouchard.
Shannon, in case we have folks listening to right now who would like to be part of that engagement session, could you talk a little bit more about that and how that's going to go on Thursday?
Absolutely. It was modeled after the structure that we used for our community engagement sessions around the budget. So it will be streaming live, and people can join in. The monitoring committee will be there. Unfortunately, I will not be able to be there. But Dr. Lightfoot and other staff members will be there to collect community feedback after a short presentation on the new gender inclusion policy. And the feedback will be collected via Google form like it was for the budget. Community engagement, and that will be Thursday evening. It will start at 5 o'clock and run until 6. So please join us in that conversation. There will also be all feedback and comments and questions will be responded to. However, not all of them will be responded to publicly. Did I get all the info? And it's on our website, so you can get the link information there.
And it was sent out via principal's emails on Friday.
Yep, newsletters.
Excellent. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Steve, did you have a question? I saw the little raise hand thing up.
I forgot to take it down after my questions. Sorry.
No worries.
Let me lower my hand. There.
A virtual raised hand never gets tired.
Right. It could just stay up forever. Excellent. Any other discussion on the gender inclusion policy, knowing that we'll return to this during the meeting to offer our formal recommendations? Great. Well, thank you so much, Vice Chair Andreessen and Directors Kuhl and Peterson, for all of your work on this policy. Dr. Lightfoot has been, of course, working on this from the very beginning, and really grateful for all of the work and input that has gone into this. Next, we will move to our transportation update, and I'll turn it over to Dr. Mary Perry-Reed.
Thank you, Chair Bouchard. Can you hear me okay? All right, awesome. So before we introduce the transportation team, I also want to just thank our policy monitoring committee and especially our scholars. I just think it is truly amazing that not only are we engaging our scholars authentically in this way, but they are able to help us understand the policies that need to be in place that demonstrate love for our students. And I'm so grateful for their insights and their wisdom and their partnership. So to me, this is really exciting work. We know that policy development is so important, and to have students at the table with us, I think is truly remarkable. So I just wanted to thank the team for all of their work. We are going to move to our transportation update, and as the board knows, we are beginning a transition with our transportation and busing services department, which includes closing our current contract with our provider MTI and partnering with Lake Country around a new contract. And we will always appreciate the partnership we've had with MTI. It's been a long-standing partnership. We're also warmly welcoming the opportunity to work closely with Lake Country. And when our leaders first interacted with Lake Country's leadership team, we were really impressed at the mission alignment that we experienced between our organizations. So we think that this is going to be a super positive venture. We have so far experienced Lake Country as really focusing on high quality, student-centered and flexible transportation services, and we're hoping that this is outlined in the contract and really ends up manifesting in the services that we provide to our scholars who need to be safely transported to school. So with us this evening, I would welcome our Director of Business Services, Tariro Chapanduka. Thank you so much for all of your work in this. And I know Mr. Boyce is with us. Chris Boyce is with us this evening. He's done a lot of work on this. And so, Tariro, if you'd like to introduce Paul Spakowski, and I know we have Mr. Derek Agate with us as well. Thank you for your work, Derek. Perhaps, Tariro, you can introduce Paul and the other Lake Country guests, as well as Derek, to provide more information.
Thank you, Dr. Mary Reid. Good evening, Chair Bouchard. Good evening, respectable board members, the community, and staff members. Yes, as alluded to by the superintendent, Dr. Mary Reid, we are transitioning from our current relationship with MTI, which expires on July 31st, 2021. And again, I would like to thank MTI for their service to the district. If I'm not mistaken, for the past almost 17 years, it's been a long-standing relationship. But we are turning a new page. We are bringing a new chapter into the district. We are trying to align our Vision 2031 across all our operations. And again, as I alluded before to the board, that our services, what we do as Hopkins Public Schools, start at the bus stop. Every morning when the kids are picked and brought into our buildings in a safe, healthy way. With me, I have Mr. Paul Spakowski. Please let me later on if I'm not saying your name right. In this team, and I'll have him introduce his team from Lake Country Transportation. I have Mr. Derek Agate, our transportation supervisor. I have Mr. Ryan Klinjan, who partnered with the district to help us with the contract with Lake Country from Catalyst Solutions. And I have Mr. Chris Boyce, who is our procurement and purchasing coordinator. So I'll probably give some context and I'll let everyone introduce themselves. The idea behind what we are doing is to give the board an opportunity to ask any further questions you may have about our transportation. I know it's been a challenging, tough year with the pandemic and with everything which has been going on in the transportation world. So what we've tried to do is to identify some of the process challenges which we are seeing nationwide in transportation, one with the shortage of bus drivers. So we affected a lot of components into the contract to address some of the bus driver shortages. And again, like Dr. Mary Reid said, we thank Lake Country for being flexible and putting drivers at the center of what we do. Again, our drivers are at the heart of what we do as a system, and in most cases, they are not paid what they really deserve. So we did factor some of those components into the contract so that we can address some of those challenges. One of the other things we've done is to move away from the traditional transportation we know in K-12, where you see a very big bus, yellow and black, driving up and down. There are other ways we can transport kids. Just like we do with all new transportation in the public sphere, environment with small buses, with other flexible transportation systems so that we can actually capitalize on cost savings within our system. Transportation is always very complicated and it's a drain on resources. So we're trying to be very careful. We're trying to be very intentional with the way we are designing transportation at Hopkins. We've also put in some wheels and bells with technology. We've leveraged some of the technology the district has always had to make sure that information is at the tip of parents' hands. Parents know when the buses are moving. Parents know when information is changed in our system within seconds of that information changing. So there's a lot of things we are doing in the background as we reimagine our transportation and as we align our transportation to Vision 2031. With that, I'm going to have the parties at the table introduce themselves. Then we can probably talk a little bit about some of the components we are foreseeing as new is to our transportation, and we entertain any questions from the board. Go ahead, Paul.
Well, thank you, Charo. Mary Perry Reed, thank you for the introduction as well. Chair Bouchard and fellow members. My name is Paul Spakowski. You guys did pronounce my name correctly. Well done. It's a tough one. I am the owner and CEO of Lake Country. And on the call with us today, I have Peter Huck. He is our Director of Development. Rachel Jones, she is our Director of Operations. And Philip Graves, who is our Director of Fleet Maintenance. We are very excited to be here today and are looking forward to the opportunity to be partnering with Hopkins and seeing your guys' vision fulfilled with going from great to world class and seeing Vision 2031 implemented. So I'm not sure if there's questions. Obviously, Trero, I know you mentioned it, that you'd like to open this up to the board. Feel free to let me know if you guys have questions for me.
Sure. Thank you, Paul. Ryan, do you want to introduce yourself?
Absolutely. I'm assuming everybody can hear me. My name's Ryan Kleinjohn. I'm President and Managing Partner of Catalyst Sourcing Solutions. Our organization's partnered with the district for several years and helping provide due diligence, support to purchasing and contract negotiation. We have some background in transportation, so we kind of ran support to the entire team, providing some data analytics on everything from cost to services to contract inclusions, and helping kind of build the overall relationship both contractually and operationally.
Thank you, Ryan. And I'm sure you guys know Derek. Derek, you can introduce yourself too.
Good evening, Chair Bouchard, Superintendent Mary Perry Reed, and the rest of the board members. Thank you for having the opportunity to be here this evening to discuss any questions that you may have. As most of you know, I've been with Hopkins for quite a few years in the transportation position, as well as other positions. I live in the community, have had 4 of my kids attend and graduated from this great district. Looking forward to working with Lake Country to go from great to world class and helping us achieve our goal with Vision 2031. We do want to thank MTI for the services that they've provided for Hopkins these past 15 years, and I look forward to any of the questions that you may have this evening.
Thank you, Derek. So maybe on a high level note, we can probably talk a little bit about some of the components which have been factored into the contract. So I mentioned one we factored that we leverage driver pay is one of the key components of reimagining our transportation by starting, a little bit above the market rate, as it's seen by adding a $2 premium to this wage for the drivers, and we feel like this will attract experienced and engaged staff. Hopkins has always had drivers who have always been with the district and who have always played a great part with the district. So want to actually attract those drivers back and be able to work and engage with Lake Country. We've also factored in technology into the new bus contract. One, by making sure that we have state-of-the-art cameras in our buses. We are able to leverage some of the technology we have in the district with applications like MyStop, which allows families to be able to see where the buses are, and they get alert, when students either hop into the bus or get out of the bus. We've also leveraged the e-link, which we are going to provide to all families so that they're able to log in and get real-time information on the routes. And I know some of the challenges, and most of the board members have had some complaints from some of the community members with how things have panned in the last year or 2 years. So we're trying to be intentional and make sure that we cover all those gaps, and families have information at hand to be able to know where their students and scholars are. And I mean, it's always a challenge, with transportation, and sometimes when buses delay and you're not able to get real-time information about where your students are. And most of us are parents, and I know what it would do to me when I don't know that my kid is not coming to be dropped on time. So we are trying to leverage all those components. We also are factoring in, things like reimagining our routes and move from a blocked day into a fee-based true time routing. And we feel like that will save the district, and it also kind of bring the leverage of flexibility with Lake Country. We are also working with Lake Country in making sure that the buses they are bringing to the district are also environmentally friendly, and they bring efficiency to our operations. So those are some of the components we factored into this contract, and I would entertain any questions from the board members. And please feel free, Ryan, Paul, Derek, to chime in with any responses to the board.
Just a request for my board colleagues, if you have a question, if you could verbally alert me. Sometimes I miss the raised hand on the Google Meet, so that would be helpful. Director Adam.
Thank you, Chair Bouchard. I'd like to direct this question to Mr. Spakowski. Could you just give us a brief overview of your fleet and how it's powered? I mean, electric, propane, diesel. What's the primary fuel that your fleet is using?
Yeah, for our primary fleet, we have ordered 36 brand new full-size buses for Hopkins and 12 brand new Type A. Those are for your special ed routes. All the new buses that we've ordered are gasoline. We're also bringing in for the remainder of the contract our used fleet that is aged between 1 and 5 years old, and those will be primarily diesel with a handful of gasoline mixed in with that. You did mention electric. We're a forward-thinking company, and that's something we're definitely open to in the future when that comes available.
All right. Well, I get questions from our constituents all the time about, what are we going to do to help clean the air? So the sooner you can get to electric, the better. Thank you.
Chair Bouchard.
Vice Chair Andreessen.
Thank you. I just had a quick question. I know it's been difficult with getting enough bus drivers to handle all of the needs that we have in our community, in particular now with the spacing required in buses. I think it's even more difficult. Could you speak a little bit to that about how you recruit and retain your staff?
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you for the question. Torero mentioned it earlier. The core of our company is our drivers. And really, our company is built upon taking care of them and making sure they feel known and heard. Really, yes, we can be in the office and we can be doing as much as we can from air traffic control, making sure the routes are going well. But really, it comes down to those individual drivers feeling appreciated and cared for and being empowered correctly, that when they go out and they're that beginning smile for these kiddos in the beginning of the day, that really can make an impact on how well that student does in school. And the same thing happens when we're bringing those kids home. It's kind of one of those things that gets overlooked, I believe, in a lot of school to transportation relationships. But I know that's at the forefront with Hopkins, and it's absolutely at the forefront for us to make sure that we're an extension of the classroom, and we really do represent you guys. When it comes to driver recruitment and retention, that's the $1 million question right now. It's something that every district and every contractor is trying to figure out what the secret sauce is. And we believe we are the most forward thinking and potentially have the correct answer. And a lot of it does come down to drivers getting paid an appropriate wage. When we started this company years ago, we set out to have the highest driver pay. And with this new contract with Hopkins, we're going to be paying, with other districts nearby, sometimes up to $4 more per hour for these drivers. And when you're making $18 an hour and you're getting bumped up to a minimum 22, and our seasoned drivers will be up on the $26 an hour scale, that has a really big impact on drivers. So we're going at it with the pay scale, saying we want to be a disruptor. We're not trying to look at this from a dollars and cents profits only thing. It's how do we take care of our people first, because if we take care of them, they're going to take care of Hopkins. And then that goes back to taking care of us. Not to get long-winded, but a few other things we're implementing. We've hired a company to do all of our social media, where they are actually being very proactive on the sense of Facebook, Instagram. We have flyers. We're putting together videos. And we're going to be that annoying company that when you're on your Facebook and you scroll through ads, and for me, it may be a fishing pole that pops up. For others, it might be something else. But it'll actually be an advertisement for Lake Country with a little tagline, a little hook. We have a whole calendar built out where every day it's a different reason to want to click and learn more about Lake Country and what makes us special and really what sets our culture apart. So we're looking at it from a marketing standpoint, a better pay standpoint, and then you add that to what we're doing with technology. And obviously Hopkins is a big deal as well, and we think that's been underutilized. So knowing that we can put all those ingredients together, I really think we're going to be set up for success come this fall.
Great, thank you.
Director Cool.
I have two quick questions, and I'll just put them out as general questions because I'm not sure who's going to want to answer them. When we take a look at the documentation provided, if we look at point 14, which is the term, it kind of breaks out the annual pricing increases, kind of rolls them through the 4-year time period. I just wanted to confirm, is there any environmental condition that could change what those increases look like, or are they locked in stone?
As written, those
Okay. You go ahead and I'll chime in.
Oh, no, as currently structured, there's some very unique things when it comes to the contract and what was able to be developed. In that case, those are controlled. For the district, it kind of puts us in a position where we have a budgetable or a predictable budget element to it. And to the point of what a lot of us have been discussing here with the volatility of the driver market, it puts everyone where both Paul can predict his future and the district can predict theirs, and everyone's comfortable with those numbers. So that is, long story short, that is a hard cap on there, which should assist both sides as we advance this relationship.
And of course, we see that that's front loaded a little bit. And I'm assuming if there's any extension, that we'll probably look at that 2.5 or lower going forward. I've got a smile on my face under my mask.
No, you're absolutely correct. I mean, don't tell Paul. I would say we'd start looking long, hard at CPI before we would even say 2.5. This is one of those unique markets, and I'm one of them really boring people. That's all I do all day is look at these markets and these contracts. And it's, this is a unique market because of where we're at. That being said, it was brought up things like the environmental factor. The district has a fresh start in how we're using the vehicles. Transportation for students, notably in special ed, looks very different today than it looked even 5 years ago, much less 10 years ago, much less to get about 20 when our MTI relationship started. This new arrangement, we have more vehicle flexibility so we can use more fuel efficient, provide more customized transportation to some of our special ed students using type 3 vehicles. That also helps us in securing and assuring proper staffing, as those vehicles don't require formal CDLs. So what we're entering into is basically giving the district more flexibility than they've ever had. The ability not to get locked in kind of the old, it's big buses or nothing. And so the ultimate end game should allow us to make sure that we're properly staffed with great drivers. Your contract, we talked about paying those drivers additional. The contract has language that requires that $2 an hour in there, which is basically, well, I can tell you it's one of a kind because when we put it in there, I've never put anything like that in there. But we felt it was important to this relationship. It was important to what the district wanted to do, and it helps safeguard our future as far as making sure we're properly staffed with great individuals.
Ryan, thanks for that that detail. So, and then finally, the fines for noncompliance. I'm assuming none of those will be put back to the driver. Those will be handled by the company, correct?
Right. That is correct. Those are strictly towards the company or executive management.
Thank you.
And we hope we won't have a situation where those will be triggered. So we're trying to make sure that there's some transparency in the work we are doing with Lake Country. Again, using that route fee-based true time, which brings some accountability across both our systems.
Shu Bouchard.
Yeah.
Director Adams.
Thank you. I'd like Mr. Spakowski to just give us a little profile of the Lake Country. Where are you based, and who are some of your other customers?
Yeah, we are currently based in Loretto, Minnesota. We're just west outside of Maple Grove on County Road 30, about 7 minutes. The way we've grown is really by being hungry with trying to fulfill where other contractors have been falling short for districts like Osseo. We've done some charter work with Beacon Academy, Perdeo, MTS. And we've even done some work as well for Rockford schools. So we've kind of just been a catch-all for other contractors when they haven't been able to fulfill their contracts. And that's how we've been able to grow so rapidly.
And I assume you'll be using our bus barn?
Yes, that's correct. Yeah, so we'll be moving all of our operations over and focusing on Hopkins.
All right, terrific. Thank you.
Any other board member questions or comments at this time? Well, thank you so much to the Lake Country team. It was really nice to share some virtual space with you this evening. And I know that there are a lot of families in our district who we've heard from who are ready for a change. And it sounds like Lake Country can really bring that to our district and deliver for us. So I'm grateful for this opportunity to partner, and thank you to our Hopkins team for all the work you did to secure what looks to be a really great contract. So appreciate it. Great. With that, we'll move to our next agenda item. So with this workshop, we've, really tried to be responsive to our community's needs. And there have been quite a few questions lately regarding CARES funding / ESSER funding and the funds, the district has received and how that's been spent. And we, of course, as a board have been talking about that in the context of our overall budget throughout the year, but wanted to provide an update for our community this evening. So I'll turn it over to Dr. Mary Perry Reed.
Thank you, Chair Bouchard, for that framing. Yes, we would like to be responsive to questions from our stakeholders, including staff and parents. And just for additional framing, because of how the pandemic has hit school systems, districts, as we all know, have received federal stimulus dollars to mitigate the negative impact by funding materials and services directly related to COVID-induced conditions. There have been multiple rounds of funding, and our community members and even staff would like to know how much money we've received, what have we used the funds for, etc. We have spent a great deal of time this year attempting to clearly understand what the allowable uses are for each set of funds, as well as thoughtfully and strategically identify our true needs and expense items. One thing that's really important for everyone to understand is that the purpose of these funds is not to rescue us from the enrollment-based budget reductions and right-sizing that we started last year and needed to continue this year. And while some of the funds have been used to create ESSER-aligned positions for staff, these are one-time funds. Any positions supported by these funds cannot be permanently sustained, and this is really important for us all to understand. So we've been super careful to avoid using these funds as a strategy to save positions, knowing that we would have to reduce many of those same positions a year from now. So at this time, I'd like to reintroduce our Director of Business Services, Tariro Chapanduka, to provide an update about these federal dollars. And Tariro, probably we want to take maybe 10 minutes and then just 10 or 15 minutes to leave time for the last agenda item on our workshop. Thank you, Tariro.
Thank you, Dr. Mary Perry. I'll try to be as fast as I can. At this time, I'm going to actually do a presentation, so just give me a second there to pull up my my screen. And please let me know when you see my screen, because I'm not able to see you guys.
We can see it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, so what I have here is a slideshow, which is showing us some of the allocations which were awarded to the district through the different formats of the CARES funds. So what I started with is some of the guidelines on how the CARES funds actually were defined to be used for the district and how much allocations were provided for the district. So we have two components here as far as the CARES funds were concerned. So we have the GEAR, which is the Governors Emergency Education Relief Fund, and Hopkins was awarded $136,295. And I'll go into detail as I go through the slide to show you what we've budgeted these dollars for and how we are planning to spend those dollars. Again, alluding to what Dr. Mary Reed said, the CARES funds are actually a federal program. So we don't receive the funds upfront. We spend our general fund and we claim a reimbursement. So most of the time, we are spending our fund balance for any of these initiatives, and then we claim a reimbursement for us to actually get back those resources we have used from our general fund since it wasn't budgeted for. So with the GEAR funds, some of the uses which were actually defined and guided as information came through from MDE, circled around technology access. Again, just knowing that the CARES funds were mostly allocated to mitigate the corona pandemic. So technology access, which includes, broadband internet access, hotspots, devices for students as students were in hybrid learning or distance learning. The GEAR funds were also earmarked for summer school programming, which was designed to reduce the class size as well as some of the transportation needs. The other component is the ESSA, which are the elementary and secondary school emergency relief funds. So these funds were divided into 3 different sections. So the first section, which was the ESSA 1 funds, the district actually was awarded 725,817 under a formula, which is what they call the 90%. The 90% formula is based on Title I allocations. So the federal government is using our free and reduced lunches under the title formula to calculate that 90%. And then the other 9.5%, which was $143,252, was actually a state grant, which was provided to the district. And then the remaining 0.5 was actually retained by the state as part of their administration cost to give us our 100%. So with the 90% formula, just in general, those funds were provided to the district to keep our students healthy and connected to learning. So some of the components with devices, some of the components with some of the sanitizations in our buildings, the ventilation upgrades we did, some of the outdoor learning environments we created were all covered under some of these funds, as well as purchasing supplies to sanitize and clean our school facilities. The 9.5 formula, which is that 143,252, was mostly earmarked for summer school programming needs, as well as support some of the mental health initiatives. So in a big picture, those are some of the big level guidance to how those funds were actually earmarked for the district. The next slide actually just gives more detail into some of the components as provided by the state on how these funds were actually earmarked and used by different school districts. The other component is we also ended up receiving another allocation, which is the ESSA 2. And on top of what I just described with some of the usages for ESSA 1, the ESSA 2 also addressed certain components which had not been addressed with ESSA 1. So one of them being learning loss among students. So we have to address learning loss, which includes, implementing evidence-based activities, tracking student attendance, providing information and assistance to families on how to support students in distance learning. The other component was school facilities repair and improvements, something which had not really been factored into the initial allocation. So those were additional use guidance as provided by the federal government. So from an allocation and use standpoint, I'll start with the first allocation or the first award the district received. So the first award was the coronavirus relief funds, and the district received $1,966,929. And these funds were supposed to be used between July 1st, 2020 and December 30th, 2020. And I know I've presented some of this information previously to the board as far as just the big picture of how we're trying to leverage those funds, considering that we had a short span of how to use those funds. But those funds were actually used to support some of our classroom initiatives with additional time for teachers, companion parents, nurses, and long-term substitutes to the tune of a little over $638,000. And factoring in the benefits of a little over $144,000. We also used these dollars to mitigate on social emotional learning. About $12,600 was used to help out with some of our social emotional learning initiatives. These dollars were also used to supplement on supplies and materials for PPEs, devices in technology and other device accessories, distance learning needs to the tune of $642,000. We also used the Corona relief funds to address some of the capital outlay, as I just mentioned, with ventilation upgrades. Our portable sinks we put in our buildings to mitigate on social distancing. We also bought canopies for outside learning. We also leverage those funds to acquire food heat sealers and cashless vending machines for our food service department to the tune of about $485,000. The remaining was used to leverage hotspots, mobile hotspots for our students who did not have access to internet or who had limited access to internet for about $43,000. So those dollars, we received them and we actually were able to leverage them to cover some of those components which we had not factored into our budget. The next allocation was the ESA one, which is the 90% based on the title allocations. That's the $725,817. So what we've used these funds and budgeted for is just a continuation of where we left with the coronavirus relief funds. So these funds have been leveraged to support, additional work for teachers, companion parents, nurses, and long-term substitutes to the tune of about $377,000 and $91,000 being the benefits for those positions. We've spent $18,000, additional $18,000 to address social emotional learning within our different areas, including our special services areas. We've spent $159,000 and change to address supplementary supplies and material with PPs, devices and device accessories, and some of the distance learning components we had to address. We utilized about $54,000 as additional to our HVAC upgrades and ventilations, as well as sanitizing equipment. $24,000 was leveraged to address scholarships within our community education areas. Mostly it had to do with the child care services. And again, these funds actually were allocated to the district to be used between March 13th of 2020 through September 30th of 2022. The next allocation was the 9.5, which was the $143,252. And those funds, we actually leveraged them to address some of the concerns and issues within family and language license, as well as nurses to the tune of about $74,000. and $13,000 of that was for the benefits. We spent about $14,000 to address social emotional learning. We spent about 1,300 to address some of the additional PPEs, devices, as well as the distance learning accessories. And 40,000 was budgeted for summer school program out of the ESA 9.5%, to the tune expenditure of $143,252. The next allocation was the gear funds, which we were allocated, awarded $136,295, and we budgeted those funds to address summer teachers as well as social workers to the tune of about $86,000. And $14,000 was benefits for those positions or additional work for those positions. 5,500 was budgeted for PPEs, devices, accessories, and other distance learning components. And 29,600 was budgeted for usage within internet and hotspots for families who either don't have internet or have limited access to internet. So those are how we actually did allocate our ESA 1 and Gear 1 as well as our coronavirus relief funds. The next allocation, we just actually received this within the last month, is the ESA 2 funds. We haven't gotten pretty much all the details with the ESA 2 funds, except that, they can be used to address some of the ESA 1 guidance as well as the additional learning loss and capital projects needs for the district. So we received an award for $2,644,359 for ESA 2. And out of those, what we've done for fiscal year 22 is we've earmarked some of these funds to address, knowing that it's a one-time, some of the staffing and budget concerns in our buildings. So we've used $912,000 or budgeted $912,000 to address some of the positions designed to address holistic learning loss in our buildings. $328,000 was for benefits, and earmarked $800,000, knowing what we know right now with new cases actually appearing in buildings, and knowing that we have actually even lost scholars to COVID in buildings in our nation. So there's a possibility of the pandemic continuing. So we are actually earmarking some funds to address additional sanitization, PPEs, as well as any other components which may lead us back into distance learning. $400,000 is to address some of the capital outlays with, blended flexible spaces, some of the HVAC and ventilation system upgrades we have to do in our buildings. And $203,000 has been budgeted to address other components, one within our food services area as well as community education. So that's how we have earmarked the $2,644,359. The third component is the ESA 3. So we just got word last week on Friday about the ESA 3. And the district is earmarked to get an award for $6,033,842. At this point in time, we don't have all the details about these funds, so we haven't earmarked them for anything. We'll be having further conversations on what that means to the district and how we can leverage intentionally these resources to be able to mitigate some of the needs as we continue to face the pandemic, as well as address some of the learning losses within our system. And that's all I have for the case funds, and I'll take any questions at this time.
Thank you, Director Chapanduka. For our community members who weren't able to tune in, I'll definitely recommend that they watch the video of this workshop that will be up on our YouTube channel. But I'm also wondering if we could put the slides up on the financial health page of the district website, so that information is readily available, because it was so clear the way that you presented it tonight. Thank you. Director Adams.
Yes, thank you, Chair Bouchard. Torero, I'm just wondering, have we been able to put to use all the funds we've received so far? Because I know some of them have time limits, and were we able to use those funds by the time limits, or did we have to return some?
Thank you, Director Adams, for that question. So we're able to actually leverage the $1.9 million, and we're able to capture all those funds back into the district. So those were able to be expended, and we're able to get a reimbursement for those. The other ones, we are still working on identifying and capturing, the different elements of getting a reimbursement. And so with the ESA one, those we have until September of 2022 to claim a reimbursement. So we are planning to claim a reimbursement for this year before we can even start using the ESA 2 funds and ESA 3 funds.
All right, thank you.
Any other board member questions or comments at this time? Great. Well, I'll turn it back to Dr. Mary Perry Reed for our final agenda item, which is our elementary programming transformations.
Thank you so much, Chair Bouchard, and thank you, Director Chapanduka, for both of your updates this evening. Really appreciate that. So I'm going to start with a budgeting note, actually, before I evolve the framing to programming and introduce our team. So our budgeting process this year has looked very different from how we engaged last year and also in previous years. Last year, we attempted to unpack programming as a way to determine where we might reduce, right size, or restructure. These exercises helped us better understand our programming and what we were spending in each area. And this year, we've moved more intentionally toward revenue-based budgeting, informed by projected enrollment. With the guidance of our Director of Business Services and his team, district leaders collaboratively built a predictable staffing model that uses enrollment to inform a preliminary staffing allocation for each school. And then after applying a reduction to district level departments, we then used remaining dollars to provide discretionary allocations to the school sites, which allow principals more flexibility in programming and staffing. And it's really difficult not to conflate budgeting, staffing, and programming, because programs have to be staffed by people, and 83% of our budget is people's salaries and benefits. Having said that, we are intentionally providing far more latitude to our school leaders, who are very thoughtful instructional leaders, to partner with our Innovation, Design, and Learning department in designing programming and scholar experiences that are research informed, vision aligned, and can be funded within our means. Our children do deserve the best, yet we have to be efficient while being thoughtful and future focused. Some of the changes may feel giant, perhaps multi-age classrooms or personalized learning. Please keep in mind that the number of things remaining the same is bigger than the number of things changing, and the changes we are thinking about, like fortunately or unfortunately, are not they're actually not super revolutionary. For example, there are schools and systems across our nation that have figured out how to facilitate personalized learning in high quality ways, how to provide all access, how to provide all students with access to school-wide enrichment, how to provide acceleration in inclusive ways. So these are not necessarily like precedent-setting changes. However, they may feel precedent-setting here in Hopkins because they are an evolution of our own programming. So I'm really grateful to our leader in innovation, design, and learning, Ann Ertl, who is with us here this evening with her assistant director, Allegra, and a couple of our principals, Principal Ness and Principal Nolan, and they're going to provide an overview of some of the ways we are evolving some of our elementary programming, and then there will be other opportunities moving forward this spring to have principals and teachers work together to design lower levels of details, as well as to help our parents and other stakeholders understand what the scholar experience will look like next year. So at this time, I'd like to introduce the IDL team as well as our illustrious principals. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Mary Perry Reed, and board members. Thank you very much for having us tonight. We have some really exciting things to share, and especially toward the end of our presentation, you'll get to hear from Principals Nolan and Ness. So I'm going to go ahead and share my screen. And if you could give me a verbal once you can see the screen. We've got it. Thank you so much. So as Dr. Mary Perry Reed just described, one of the major shifts that we've made that you've heard lots about is the predictable staffing model. And one of the reasons or one of the outcomes from shifting to a predictable model has allowed for principals to really develop site-based programming with support from the district and aligned with the district instructional priorities that we as leaders have all identified as priorities for next year that will continue to drive us toward Vision 2031. So the purpose of tonight's presentation is really to describe some of those systemic shifts that we are making to align our scholars' experiences with our learning framework. And then Principals Ness and Nolan will take a deeper dive and really share what that work looks like in their schools.
I'll be starting off by talking about some of the program shifts where we've seen convergence among leaders. And part of the IDL team's role is to facilitate that collaboration and finding areas of convergence and where our shared priorities are. And then identifying, we tend to say what's loose and what's tight for leaders so they can build and design what it will look like at their buildings. So this year, this winter, principals and district leaders came together and identified these shared learning priorities. They certainly aren't an exhaustive list of all the learning priorities in our district, but these were the areas where we saw the deepest convergence across buildings and departments. And those were inquiry-based instruction, blended and multi-age learning pathways, school-wide enrichment, and personalized learning. The first one that we have seen multiple elementary sites really get excited about is inquiry-based instruction. It appeals to each individual student's curiosity, interests, and questions that they have about the lesson. And it creates connections across content areas, which leads scholars to higher levels of conceptual understanding and transfer of knowledge. Here you have an image from one of our outdoor classrooms, which is a great learning environment for inquiry-based instruction. Learning is driven by student questioning and curiosity, and students can explore answers to their own questions in a really authentic way that we do in our lifelong learning experiences. The learner is actively involved in the construction of understanding. There are clear reasons to pursue that information, and the teacher acts as a guide and mentor for the student in their quest. Another learning priority that many of our elementary sites will be engaging in is multi-age learning pathways. As Dr. Mary Perry Reed mentioned, this is not a new idea, but we have in our investigations found that it'll be a great fit for Vision 2031, and it'll be a shift for our programming here in Hopkins. So in a multi-age learning pathway, research has found that it builds strong relationships among teachers, students, and families. There's an increased continuity of instruction and interpersonal relationships across school years for students and teachers and parents. Children learn and grow at varied times and rates, and therefore there are great advantages to a more flexible multi-age classroom model. There's less pressure on those very rigid benchmarks, so it frees students to learn where they are. Studies also show that student attitudes towards learning and schooling themselves improve in multi-age classrooms. Academically, children usually perform better or equivalently in multi-age classrooms than in traditional pathways. And the multi-age system really allows for greater flexibility just in general about how students learn, how they construct their knowledge. It's not as curriculum centered. It really focuses on the individual child and has fewer restraints so they can really thrive. Another area where we're seeing a shift in our elementary programming is for school-wide enrichment. Initially, I was planning to spend quite a bit of time on this slide to give some context, but I do want to make sure that we have time for our principals and some questions. So I think I'll probably just pause, but I really wanted to emphasize that the shift in this area that principals are making are based on their prior work over the last 4 years. And similarly, this is not an exhaustive list of where these discussions have happened, but I wanted to highlight the many spaces where our department has intersected with this work.
Well, thank you, Allegra, for that grounding. And certainly these slides will be available after the presentation tonight. So as Allegra mentioned, one of the areas of convergence that was really important for our school leaders is around school-wide enrichment. And when we started talking about that, the IDL team started doing some research on what models are out there. And actually, school-wide enrichment is a defined model. It comes out of work by Renzulli, whose work is highlighted at the University of Connecticut. And it's an internationally and nationally implemented program that can be used both as an enrichment program for students who are academically gifted, but also as an enrichment approach for all students. So it does both of those things. And the three goals of school-wide enrichment are highly aligned with Vision 2031, as you can see. Developing talents in all children, providing a broad range of advanced level enrichment experiences for all scholars, and advanced follow-up opportunities for scholars based on those strengths and interests. So in February, as Allegra mentioned, the IDL team and district leaders, elementary leaders in particular, convened and really dug into research around Renzulli's model. We looked at recommendations from our previous task forces around talent development. We looked at some of the work of Yvette Jackson and high operational practices, who many of you have heard about, and tried to think about what was this experience going to look like in Hopkins? What is going to be the high level framework that we could all support and then enact in different ways in the individual school sites? And so the leaders and IDL came up with kind of these three pillars of what enrichment can be based on. So the first concept of enrichment is exploration. ideas and experiences through inquiry that happen both within and outside of the classroom curriculum. The second concept is around practicing gifted behaviors. And you'll notice here there's a lot of overlapping language with our Vision 2031. The one I would draw your attention to is around self-directed learning. So how can we engage our scholars to really become curious and know if they find a topic that's interesting to them, how can they pursue that topic? And then finally, the application. So we want for the deepest level of transfer of knowledge, we want our scholars to apply their knowledge and the behaviors by exploring topics of their own interest and then presenting on those topics in a public way to improve the world.
One piece of feedback we've received as we've discussed these pillars is, especially from parents, saying, that sounds like a lot of things you're already doing, which is great to hear. And so we wanted to capture some of the things in our current and soon to be programming where we see school-wide enrichment in action. And our hope is to deepen those three pillars across content areas and certainly within any specific enrichment programming for our scholars. So I'll just pause for a moment so you can review at the different grade levels. Thank you.
Thanks, Allegra. So on that same day when we were meeting with leaders and talking about enrichment and operationalizing Vision 2031, we also talked about math, and our leaders drafted some language, again, high-level language, visionary language, that is going to help us as we think about what is the future of math instruction in Hopkins and how can we make it personalized, which was one of our goals. And so the draft language here really talks about student-centered, personalized learning opportunities for scholars to grow and deepen their knowledge mathematically, math instruction based on interests, and utilizing learning styles, students' strengths and interests, and assessments in multiple ways. The outcomes that our leaders drafted were around student mastery, real-world connections, and again, rigorous and strength-based instruction. And what will the scholars be doing? So what does that look like? So our scholars will be problem solving, they will be creating, they will be developing confidence and discovery, being curious and making real-world connections through conceptual-based inquiry. And again, you'll notice a lot of similar language here to some of the other instructional priorities that we referred to earlier. So as we think about what that might look like in math, we thought that it would be helpful to talk about it in contrast with what our current programmatic offering is around accelerated math. So while accelerated math is limited to advancement by one grade, a personalized math system would allow for students to advance based on their pace and their level of engagement. Courses in accelerated math are designed for mathematically talented students, whereas personalized math also allows for that, but additionally is designed for all students to work in a productive struggle to grow those skills. And productive struggle really means it's working just beyond where a student can work independently so that they are experiencing what it means to be a learner, perhaps to make mistakes and to learn and grow from those experiences. Accelerated math are typically inclusive of grade level standards and enhanced by highly complex tasks. Personalized math is similar. It includes grade level standards and highly complex tasks. Accelerated math has a pretty fast pace and does not give as much time for guided practice and deep levels of engagement, whereas a personalized math model can facilitate students engaging deeply in contextualized math learning. And finally, accelerated math tends to be a teacher and curriculum-centered activity, whereas personalized math really puts the scholars at the center and plays to their strengths and again, areas of growth in that productive struggle. So this is what we are moving toward. Personalized math is what our leaders and IDL departments' vision of what the future of math instruction can look like in Hopkins. And we will work and support each of our building leaders to have a math model that in their building that is inclusive of their staff and parent experiences and input, and really designed for the local school context. So this graphic is an example of what a blended, personalized math lab experience could look like. So I'm just going to describe this graphic a little bit. One way we're going to test the concept of math personalization is through a station rotation model, in which some students are working with a teacher in small groups. Some students are working collaboratively on project-based learning. And some students are working independently on a device to master some of the math skills. Teachers can use information from the math skills to help direct and target math instruction to students' levels. And there are a variety of digital tools that can be used for that, and we are looking at some of them as well. Dr. Nolan, I'm wondering if you would like to share a little bit about how you are planning for math personalization and learning at Gatewood.
Good evening. Thank you, Director Ertl. We are super excited about our blended learning model for personalization for our scholars. At Gatewood, it will look like stations in 3 different pieces. There will be small group instruction, with our teacher who's really vetted and experienced in providing some of those enrichment, personalized learning opportunities. We also have a push-in with the grade level teacher who will be working with students on independent skill practice. That way we can make data-driven decisions on skills and feedback and assessment for those scholars. And then we will really lean in on a collaborative project base where we want to strengthen our critical thinking skills along with project-based learning. And so we're pretty excited with this model. We will have 3 adults working with our scholars to help with any differentiation and any support to help our scholars. And so with that being said, that is the model that we will be having at Gatewood next year.
Thank you so much, Dr. Nolan. And I think what's really exciting about a model like this is that it really does provide so many different opportunities for students to get instruction where they're at, to get kind of the skills instruction or practice that we all know and associate with math learning, but also to work collaboratively. And we know that when students are working collaboratively in kind of a project-based model, they are also practicing some of the social and emotional learning skills around in collaboration and self-directed learning and some of those pieces. And so it's really built in to that model. So as Dr. Mary Peary Reed said, personalized math and sort of this lab experience where students are engaging with math or really with any subject area is not a new concept, but we recognize that it's new for many in our community. And so we are designing a experience for our community to engage in. And what's really exciting about it is that we have some teachers at Alice Smith Elementary who are already piloting and experimenting with this model this year. And so they are going to be leading that experience along with some of our junior high math teachers as well. So that experience is going to occur on May 10th. And we are, because space will be limited because of health and safety reasons, we are also going to figure out a way to make it available for our community members who maybe are not able to attend in person. So you will hear more about that very soon. Okay, I'm being conscious of the time, and I really want to make sure and get to the most exciting parts of our presentation tonight, which are how are these instructional priorities showing up in the innovation ideas in two of our buildings. And so I want to just, I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Nolan and Principal Ness to talk about how these innovations are being realized for next year at Gatewood and at Eisenhower. So Dr. Nolan, back over to you.
Thank you. One of the things that we really, again, wanted to lean on is our interest and passion of not only our teachers, but also our staff and our scholars in regards to what we are planning to do next year. We have a wonderful greenhouse space in our building that we are aligning curriculum and really honing in on some of those wonderful features of that greenhouse space. And so then also we want to build in a naturalist program where all of our scholars are getting environmental sciences and inquiry in our building. So all of our scholars will have access to this. That really leans again on those different pieces. Also, we will have 3 sections of kindergarten outdoor learning next year for our kindergarten scholars. And so we have a team that's dynamic and really super excited for that. And we're really looking forward to that. But then also, again, this will be a school-wide enrichment spoke model for all of our scholars. So all of our students will have access to inquiry. We will also have lots of work around in our greenhouse space. And so we will be really excited about some of these features. I would encourage community members and board members to come out and tour the space with us. And you're welcome to Gatewood. It's home, and really excited for next year.
Thank you so much, Dr. Nolan. We're really excited too. And Principal Ness, share with us some what you've got going on at Eisenhower, Shinching, and Juntos.
Sure. Good evening, everybody. So our staff have really been digging deep and learning about inquiry-based instruction. Our leadership team has also done a lot of research around programming for elementary students that incorporates student voice and choice and is student-driven. And so as many of you know, we started our Spanish immersion program this year with kindergarten. Next year, we're adding first grade. This year, we also began our outdoor immersion program inspired by COVID-19, and that will continue next year. And we also we have 2 teachers that have been early adopters of that program. They have inspired other teachers that want to try some of these outdoor learning strategies. And so next year, we will have even more students have that opportunity in our building. We have our STEM specialist class that will continue for next year. We are beginning this year, when we started Fridays, we started a Friday exploratory experience where all of our students are on walking field trips when it's not raining. And we have our cross collaboration. So we have 3 programs in our school: our community school, which is our English pathway, Shinshing, and Spanish immersion. We really are working hard to collaborate together to build integrated units of inquiry that incorporate all of our content areas as we continue into the future. And as we've done our research, we've researched lots of different programs. And one thing that we have all kind of landed on as a staff is that we are really interested in exploring the IB program. So many of you are familiar with IB because it is in our junior highs. The elementary part of IB is called PYP, Primary Years Program, and our staff is committed to exploring and applying for IB candidacy for next year. And that IB is an international framework for inquiry-based instruction. We're very excited about it.
Thank you so much, Principal Ness. And I was so fortunate to be part of the announcement meeting last night, and everybody's very, very excited. So with that, I'm going to stop presenting, and I know we're probably running short on time, but there's likely to be some cute questions that folks might have. So let me just stop presenting, and there. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Director Ertl, and all of the innovators who are on the call this evening. Because we are running short on time, I do just want to give some guidance to any parents, caregivers, and community members who are watching tonight. If they have additional questions about the models, I just want to make sure I'm understanding this correctly, that school-wide enrichment will be applied district-wide, but the manifestation will be nuanced depending on the site. And so if parents and caregivers have questions about how their child's experience will look specifically at their school site, where would be the best place for them to go to get those specific questions answered?
Yeah, thank you for that question. So one of the shifts, and I alluded to this, but it's possible that the connection isn't clear because it's new for all of us. But given the predictable staffing model, really is allowing for that design process to take place at the individual sites. And so we are working together collaboratively as a district around framework. Allegra said loose and tight. So what are the things that will happen across all of our systems? And then our principals are working with their building leadership teams really to design, based on those principles, how that will look in the individual building. So our principals are going to be the best contact for how what the student experience is going to be more on a daily basis. And of course, IDL is helping them and helping their staff around both the design process, the implementation process, and then of course any kind of training or professional development or resources that are needed.
Thank you for that really helpful context. So we do need to close out here because we have our meeting next, but thank you so much for providing more information for our community about these really exciting evolutions that we can all be looking forward to next year. Board colleagues, let's take a 5-minute break and then start exactly at 7:05 for our meeting. Thank you all so much. Okay, let's get started. This meeting of the Hopkins School Board is called to order at 7:07 p.m. I am Chair Jen Bouchard, and I'd like to welcome all of our community members joining us via the YouTube live stream, as well as our community members who are live and in person with us this evening. Our first agenda item is open agenda. And while we're in this pandemic space, we have two options for providing public comment to the school board. One option is to leave a voicemail, and the instructions for that are in the board packet for each meeting. And of course, the other option is to come before the board and present a comment in person. So this evening we received two voicemails, and we'll play those first. The first voicemail is from Ben Carls.
Hello, my name is Ben Carls, and I'm a parent in the Alice Smith community. Dear members of the Hopkins School Board, Superintendent Mary Perry Reed, and listeners at large, I want to acknowledge the amount of work it takes to manage a school district in the midst of our dual pandemics of COVID-19 and systemic racism, especially regarding the discussion around access and equity to gifted and talented services and activities, access to which has been largely held by and centered on white privilege and people, and white ideas of what it means to be gifted. This is a complex work with many moving pieces that many of our community members, even those in education, do not fully understand. In recent discussions on our Parents for Hopkins Public Schools Facebook page concerning changes to the models for delivery of talent enrichment and development, there has been much pearl-clutching, much fear-mongering, and much disinformation shared. Responses have been centered on selfish needs and not on larger communities. And while understandable that all parents want what's best for their individual scholars, the blatant whiteness and hypocrisy of even our most well-intentioned responses needs to be addressed. And it has been. Vision 2031 and the equitable access and innovative ideas are what drew us to the Hopkins School District and keep us there while our white neighbors in Edina pushed for us to open enroll, as they did, to Edina. No, thank you. I did not need to expose my family to that entrenched bastion of white privilege and supremacy that is the Edina Public Schools. My children and all of our children deserve better, and that's what Dr. Mary Perry Reed's thoughtful, substantive, and clear response to the open letter on the Facebook page is: a vision of better educators and providing better education. I support her vision and work 100% as both a parent of non-white scholars, as an educator myself, and as a community member invested in the future of Hopkins Public Schools. I have faith that every teacher and leader in our district is gifted and talented themselves and can do the work. We know differentiation is real and works well, and we know that our scholars who have advanced needs will be met, as they always have been. They'll just look different than what we grew up with, as it should. Instead of the pull-out model benefiting some, the push-in model benefits all, and the vision of inquiry-based, social-emotional learning and personalized instruction truly is the best practice. It decenters the idea of what it means to be gifted and who qualifies for these services by expanding, not limiting access. It challenges the idea of being smart as being good at doing school, a system deeply entrenched in whiteness and white ideas of what it means to be smart. These ideas are damaging and harmful even to our white scholars, and I applaud the district for taking actively anti-racist measures to address the decades of damage these programs in all of our public schools across the nation have done to our scholars of color. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Carls. And our next voicemail is from Ellie Kretz.
Hi, my name is Ellie Kretz. I'm the mom of a Xing Xing kindergartner doing distance learning this year. I'd like to comment on the new development model, the talent development model. Apologies for not being in there in person. We are about 1 month away from being fully vaccinated. I'm calling to support the new model and happy that the district is using a research-based approach to test new methods for our students. I personally have worked for 2 Fortune 500 companies over the last 20 years or so, and we need employees in corporate America and in the workforce who can critically think and solve problems that are different from anything we've seen before. We need employees who are adaptable, work hard, and handle challenges with social and emotional intelligence. The problems we deal with cannot be taught or anticipated, but we need people who rise to the challenge and have a solid knowledge base to solve these problems. We need people prepared to solve our next generation problems, which quite frankly, we don't even know what the problems will be in 20 years. For me personally, I attended a small rural elementary, middle, and high school 30 years ago with a model very similar to the one we are currently doing in Hopkins. We pulled kids out, identified them as gifted and talented, and then put them back in the classroom. As Dr. Mary Perry Reed stated, I was considered high achieving because I quickly memorized, because I learned that that was a key to success. If I was able to memorize, I was able to get good grades. But in no way was I or am I gifted. It was a remarkably inequitable system that labels kids as either gifted or non-gifted at a very young age, when really the goal should be teaching our kids how to problem solve and critically think. Many of us have spent the past several years questioning why our fellow citizens can't read data and facts and make decisions. Many of us have said that we need to start teaching critical thinking in schools so that when these students become adults, they're able to discern what is fact and what is opinion. Now that the district is trying, it does sadden me that people are upset. I realize that change is hard, but it sure seems like we should be able to modify learnings and teachings that we did 30 years ago in order to be more effective and more equitable. Thank you for your time. Be safe and be well.
Thank you, Ms. Kratz. We also have two community members who are here in person to give public comment. So first, I'd like to welcome Jennifer Cameron to the table.
Hi, school board and community at large. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak to you. I wrote down a few things to make sure that I clearly communicate what I have to say because I feel passionate about this particular subject, which I'm sure is no secret. I know that these issues are complex, and I feel really passionately about the support that our educators have from the district and also from the school board. I believe that our teachers know better than I, or frankly, anyone here, what it takes to be successful at their jobs. And when a teacher historically has asked me for help or resources, my only answer to them has ever been yes. I don't seek to find them a better tool. I don't make suggestions on how they can better reach their goals. I don't ask them to ask someone else. And so I was asked to start a petition on behalf of staff, students, and parents in the Hopkins district. I will share that with you when your meeting is done. I'm also sharing it with our legislature because I fully acknowledge that many of our issues stem from the fact that our schools are not adequately funded. But I do recognize that there is a conflation of these two issues between budget decisions and a changing learning model. The staff across the district, in fact, 102 of the 177 signatures that I have are staff on this petition. They have really expressed to me directly that they're frustrated with how little support that they get from the district, and how mired in language that the communication is that comes to them. Most certainly, there are systemic issues that contribute to the challenges that we face. But I really believe that we can't ask our teachers to solve all of society's issues. We look to them to provide all the solutions for these complex social issues that we have, from hunger, where schools can send home food, to behavior issues, where we provide counselors, to hugs, all of the stuff that we ask for our teachers to do that are above and beyond teaching math. I personally actually think a school-wide enrichment model is a fantastic idea. I love the idea that all children will have access to our really highly capable and trained, gifted and talented educators. I believe in our teachers. I think personalized math instruction sounds amazing. The models that we're seeking to imitate are rich, and they can be really rewarding. And the data does show that they can be successful. I had a conversation with a parent who had a very rewarding experience at a Hopkins school, specifically as it relates to personalized math instruction, working in conjunction with the gifted and talented model. But given the state of affairs and the wide gap of achievement in the classroom, I really believe that our administration needs to listen to our educators when they say they cannot provide this level of differentiation inside the classroom without help. I really believe that the district knows that parents react adversely to a PR campaign without concrete information about how these things are going to be executed. And so if the teachers had come to parents and said, the district has this great idea, we love it, they've given us support, they've engaged us in the development of this model, we're receiving the resources that we need to execute, then I think parents would be right on board. I think those changes wouldn't present such a scary scary change. But they didn't say that to me or our community. They said there aren't resources, and they said they weren't engaged in this, and that they have as much or more trepidation about how to execute these models as we do, or I do. So when I look about what the school-wide enrichment model has to offer, from field trips to imagination fairs to outdoor immersive experiences, I'd like to just point out that these activities have not historically been funded by the district or our state, for that matter. Field trips, imagination fairs, all of this is funded by PTOs or by grants that get written. And I don't hear ideas or funding resources coming to provide these really rich experiences. This super cool Gatewood greenhouse was not provided by the district. It was provided by a grant outside the district. You know, science clubs, art supplies, cool instruments for the music class, all of these cool STEM, outside the box, incredible things that will create a school-wide enrichment model have not been provided by the district. They have been provided by parents or PTOs or grants outside of our regular school funding. Never by our district or our legislature. So as I have had these conversations, I really have learned more about how the district works and about how funding works and about how paras are traditionally let go at the end of a contract and then rehired again at the beginning of a year. And I've learned a lot about the legislative process. I've gone to these legislative action committees and listened to things at the state and Senate debates. So I'm learning a lot about how this happens, and I understand that some of the onus does not fall on board members or administrators. And I do believe that even people who disagree with me, I think we all want the same things for our kids. I think we just want them to have a rich, rewarding, diverse experience that prepares them for life after Hopkins schools. But I want to follow the lead of our teachers. I believe that they know what's best, not admin teams, not politicians, not these top-down ideas that, don't come from within the four walls of our elementary schools, or in our case, the round walls of our elementary schools. I'm eager to hear from teachers and staff in our district that feel they are supported, that feel they have resources and tools to meet these new challenges. And if we can hear from them that they say, we've got this, we love this, we can make this happen, we can make this work, then I'm all in on that. But I'm just not hearing that. And so I really want to impress upon you that I'd love to see evidence that the teachers are actually being engaged in this, and I have not seen that yet. I know that there's task forces and leaders on special assignments, but I'm talking about the teachers who are in the classroom, who are working with second graders, and how they can address the needs of all 30 second grade kids performing at all different levels in the classroom, and be able to successfully meet each of those kids where they are and address their challenges and keep them focused and keep them moving forward. And lift up the ones who have fallen behind because of this craziness that we've been in for the last 18 months. So I think what I'd like, if there's anything that you can take away from what I'm saying, is that we have an incredible resource in our buildings. The Hopkins teachers are amazing. I know that there's things being done at Alice Smith, for example, that are these blended classrooms and can show how a gifted and talented kid who was otherwise maybe receiving GT services in this model as we expected to see it, are experiencing something even more rich and even more rewarding and are not losing momentum in their learning. And we need to hear from them to show us how this works, and not from the top that can't give us these concrete examples of how this works.
Thank you very much, Ms. Cameron. Next, I'd like to welcome Sam Black to the table.
Good evening. Thank you very much. My name is Sam Black. I live in Minnetonka. I appreciate your time. I also am, I guess, aware of the firestorm I sort of caused with the Facebook post this week, and I appreciate that open forum of discussion and that I'm allowed to come in here and at least make a statement a little bit along those lines. But I listened to the workshop presentation that was about 15 minutes ago on the changes that you're planning to the math curriculum and how it's taught in elementary schools. And that is, I feel like it's a surprise to parents. I know I saw the timeline of how it's been supposedly been planned for 4 years, but it didn't see much discussion in there about parents. Now, maybe we don't know much about how to teach math or how to reach the same goals, but to me, it was a little bit of a surprise. And I really want to be open-minded. I really want to be open-minded that it could work and it may be the greatest thing since sliced bread, but it seems pretty radical to me, and I'm sure I'm not the only person, just radical to be making changes to specifically to how math is taught, but frankly to just the whole independent learning model for kids. I don't, frankly, I think teachers are really valuable, and I don't think that algorithms and laptops are the things that we should be relying on to help our kids know which direction to learn. And I'm nervous about that. The idea of personalized math sounds really great. The way it was described against the current model of accelerated math was a little unfair. The way it seemed, it sounds perfect if there was 30 teachers to teach 30 kids, but the model that was shown on the screen showed 3 adults in the room and a lot of little groups and pods. That was interesting. First time I'd seen that as well. It has potential, but again, it seems pretty radical to do. I'll get back to that in 1 second. I have one question, a group of questions, and one request. But I briefly want to address the white privilege comment that we heard as a group on the voicemail. I just think that everyone and every parent has the right and the responsibility to stand up and fight for what they think is best for their kid. And I'm offended that somehow paints me as a bigot or a person who doesn't care about other people. And that really frustrates me. And I came up here at the risk of looking like that, okay? So please understand that. My questions that I want the board to really consider is, what outcomes are you looking for with the new math system? Because I'm not aware of what the outcomes are that you're seeking. Is it better test scores? Is it what kind of test scores? Is it test scores at the top level and the bottom level? Is it SAT test scores when they're in high school, or is it MAP tests? What are you looking for? Or is it based upon how many kids are able to qualify for 7th grade advanced algebra, right? And by the time they're done with elementary school, what are the metrics you're looking for, right? And I didn't hear any of that. I just hear sort of a lot of education gobbledygook and not real firm numbers. And then my one request, and as far, the other number I'm nervous about is what this is going to do for enrollment. I really am concerned about how the greater community perceives these sort of changes, because it will feel like opportunities are being taken away, and some students and families will open enroll or be directed or pushed to open enroll or go to private schools. And I think that there's something you might want to track with this metric in mind. My last request is, this is as selfish as it gets, but my 10-year-old daughter told me recently, her name is Ivy, she has dyslexia and a 504 plan, but she is whip smart at math. And she had told me recently that she wants to be an astronaut when she grows up, right? And so naturally, I am fighting like mad to make sure that she doesn't lose opportunities and doesn't feel like the program that she worked her butt off to be a part of during this whole pandemic year evaporates in front of her face, and that she's no longer in the advanced math class. So my begging to you is, if you're going to make a radical change like this, consider adding it for the younger grades and then gradually moving it up to the older grades, because it will feel like something's taking away from my child this next year, and it will be hard for me. And if you have a reason, an excuse, and an explanation that you can give to a 4th grader, please do, because I'm not able or competent to explain that to her. So help my kid reach for the stars. Keep it, see if you can grandfather it in for the next 2 years. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Black. So thank you to all 4 of our public commenters this evening. It is not the practice of this board to respond right away, but please rest assured that a district representative will follow up with you within 2 business days. And, I confidently speak for my board colleagues when I say that community input is really crucial for us to operationalize Vision 2031 in a way that meets all of our scholars' needs. And so I really appreciate what ended up being a bit of a discourse, right? The way that the comments came in this evening. All right.
Chair Bouchard?
Yes.
I just had a quick clarifying question. When you were playing back the messages, the public comments that were the voicemails, the screen that was showed that there was something like 4,197 public comments. I'm hoping that someone can clarify and that there really were only 2 messages and we didn't just pick the 2 we wanted to play out of 4,197.
You saw the extension number, not the number of public comment.
Okay, great. Thank you. I just wanted to make sure.
Thank you. Thank you, Vice Chair Andreessen and Piper for the clarification. Wow. I don't think we'll ever be that popular.
One can only hope.
Excellent. Let's move into our reports. We'll start with our student board representatives' reports, and I will turn it over to our cohort coordinator, Elliot Berman.
And I will toss it to our sophomore cohort coordinator, Isabella McCoy.
So I'm Isabella McCoy, and I'm the 10th grade cohort coordinator. Many students are partaking in after-school sports and clubs. I hear many positive reports about sports and how students love practice. Many students are also currently preparing for AP exams in May, myself included. This is a tedious process, but teachers are offering lots of resources to help everyone prepare. We are in the 4th term, which means we are nearing the end of this school year. On Monday, 4/19, there was a statewide walkout hosted by Minnesota teen activists for the death of Dante Wright and many others from police brutality. The walkout was 47 minutes, and there were 4 minutes of silence at the end. This walkout was something many students found to be important, and I'm very glad to say our school participated in it. It is important we take time to recognize and remember the people of color we have lost to police brutality. I know lots of students, including myself, care a lot about this issue, and I think this is another opportunity to remind Hopkins we need to continuously focus on being all-inclusive and making sure people of color feel safe at Hopkins. The anti-racism discussions Hopkins have are something very important, and I'm glad that resource is there for students. Thank you.
Thank you, Isabella. I saw Angel on here earlier, but do not see them now. And I will go with my report. So, hi, my name is Elliot Berman, senior cohort coordinator. As Isabella said, we are approaching the end of our school year. For seniors specifically, this is the week that everybody's making their decisions about what the next 4 years might look like for them. So if you want to follow the HHS Decision Day Instagram, they are posting different things about what each senior is doing next year and the next 4 years. It's a really cool thing to go check out. Tomorrow, Girls United, a club led by my fellow peer, Linda Nyakundi, they are hosting in school the Denim Day, which is what the purpose of supporting survivors of sexual assault and educating people about all forms of sexual violence. Along with that, the school has been doing some very eye-opening and forward-thinking with April as Sexual Assault Month. One thing that I want to point out, which is really cool and really neat thing to see, is a wall of survivors. So the opportunity to give visibility to people who've experienced similar acts of violence in the past and kind of connect and know that you're not alone and you're supported by your community. So it's very nice to see that welcomed in our high school, the support for it all. Spring sports are back in session. These sports haven't been in session since spring 2019. These students are beyond happy to be back on the field, in the pool, on the track, doing their thing. And it's been a really big booster for seniors and juniors who got to miss out or had to miss out on a lot of that last year and fall sports this year with football not being attended by students. So those super fans are out there at the baseball games cheering everybody on, and it's really bringing that momentum back to the community spirit back to Hopkins students. So everybody's very thankful for that and happy that things are getting somewhat back to normal.
Elliot, I saw Angel join the call.
Angel, do you have a report or you just want to say hi?
Yeah, sorry. I'm currently in my car on my way home. Had some extracurricular activities going on, so currently on the road at the moment. Sorry about that to everyone.
No problem. Please drive safely, Angel. And it's good to hear your voice.
Yeah, it's good to see you guys.
Thank you, Isabella and Elliot, for your reports. Really good to be in community with you tonight, and wondering if any of my board colleagues have questions or comments. Okay. Oh, I'm sorry. Director Clinton.
Yeah, Isabella, and Elliot, you as well. Thanks for mentioning the walkout at the high school. And thank you, Dr. Mary Perry Reed, for your support of our students in that effort. I'm curious, how many students participated? Was it most of the kids in the school, or can you share a little bit about the participation in that?
Yeah, I can share a little bit about it. Unfortunately, I actually was not there. I was at home, but I actually heard all about it from all of my friends, including my sister, who's also, she goes to North Junior High. And something that I was really happy to hear about was that, like, seventh graders, there was tons of seventh graders who spoke, who shared their voices and opinions on it. And I thought that was so amazing to see that, like, our younger generation was really standing up for what they believe in. I think that was something really cool to see. And I was like so happy to hear that my sister had participated, and she knew a lot of people who were speaking there. I think we definitely had a really good turnout rate. I definitely saw some videos on social media of a lot of students, a lot of people I knew were there. And hundreds of schools had participated across Minnesota, so I think that was something really great to see.
Yeah, it was a really good thing. It was kind of set up and put together by the high school and some student groups, but it was really led by some junior high groups, especially a North Junior High group, which I think was the coolest thing to see. They definitely have the passion and the need to change Hopkins, and it's some familiar faces that I've seen before, and I'm really excited to see what they bring to the table in the coming years when they have chances to be in positions like on the school board rep program or on one of the other many committees that we have. So really good turnout. I know a couple board members, the superintendent was there. I don't know if there'll be video tonight, but there was some video captured of the session or of the walkout, and it's being put together for a larger audience.
Thank you both. Any other questions or comments from my board colleagues? With that, I'll turn it over to Dr. Mary Perry Reed for the superintendent's report.
Thank you so much, Chair Bouchard, and thank you to our student scholars, our board reps, for presenting this evening. The student-led protest really was remarkable. One of the things that really struck me was, and to answer your question, Director Peterson, there were between 400 and 500 students seated in the stadium seating in the field. And what was truly amazing is there was a 4-minute moment of silence during which all of the scholars were completely silent. It was magical. And then the talks and the open mic session and the support that scholars were giving each other was really like earth-shattering. I thought it was beautiful. The principals were there and also spoke to their scholars, and the whole thing was really great. So I look forward to those videos. Elliot, are you putting them together?
Yes, I am arranging them.
Nice. Okay. Well, wonderful. So normally I have some slides to share, but this evening I just wanted to speak directly with board members and our community members in attendance without slides. I'd like to talk a little bit about leadership and empathy. Every Tuesday morning, I meet with our 9 cabinet members who are the system leaders for Hopkins and also provide leadership to the major departments in our district. These are the leaders who help me report critical items to the school board and to our community. And this year, there has been an enormous amount of work leading our district through the dual pandemics, and I'm so grateful for the cabinet team. I'm grateful for our principals who also lead very thoughtfully. And I'm also extremely appreciative of our staff, our scholars, our families, many of whom, just like our visitors who are with us this evening and virtually in the space, do so much to partner with us participating in this, what really has been a collective experience of teaching and learning and surviving and thriving even during this difficult year. And because leadership matters, we take our cabinet sessions very seriously. We engage, we study, we reflect, and we often change course when feedback suggests that we do so. We try as frequently as possible to start our meetings by getting grounded in our collective why. Why do we do this work? How will we demonstrate our core values? What do we believe about high quality service to our scholars? And in what ways do we provide best practice leadership? And this morning, before we arrived at our lengthy, more technical agenda, about empathy and whether and how we demonstrate it, especially when our schedules become super crazy busy. So we discussed how we might build empathy as our key cornerstone of who we are and what we do in Hopkins. And this conversation was informed by an interview that I listened to on NPR about a medical professional who teaches doctors how to call up and demonstrate empathy for patients, not just because it's critical for patients to see and feel empathy from their doctors, but also because having and demonstrating compassion and empathy for others is something that mitigates burnout. And so I immediately thought about teaching and learning and leading teaching and learning and how relevant teaching empathy to those who have medical patients is as important as us cultivating empathy here in Hopkins, empathy for our teachers who have been through so much, empathy for our students, for our families. And not only did our Hopkins stakeholders back in 2017-18 tell us that empathy is a critical trait that we need to cultivate in our scholars, as cabinet leaders, we believe it's an important trait to show up across our entire organization. It's vital for our health and wellness work, and it has to be part of our strategy in becoming an anti-racist institution. So lots of deep thoughts about empathy and how we might build it throughout the Hopkins School District. Secondly, with empathy in mind, I want to acknowledge the difficult week that Plymouth Middle School students, staff, and families are surely having as they navigate the aftermath of a young person bringing and discharging a gun at school. And it is with empathy that we think about that student and his family, and it is with empathy that we consider everything the school and the district community is going through right now. In Hopkins, we do have a safety and security committee that will meet to review our own safety protocols and security measures as we center student safety. And finally, with empathy in mind, I want to thank the parents and members of our community who have been incredibly engaged in the last 2 to 3 weeks via email communication, voicemails, and even quite a bit of social media dialogue. Parents and community members have communicated both support and concern about the quality of our district communication regarding Dante Wright's death and student-led protests. We have also received positive support and constructive feedback around some of the evolutions in our elementary programming, which we described earlier this evening during the board workshop. And often it can be difficult for us to navigate just the sheer amount of community dialogue and questions, but we work really hard to provide a thumbs up to what's accurate, and we also work hard to dispel misinformation or shift the narrative so that it's accurate and productive. But overall, I really want our community to know that we value the parent engagement, even and especially when it pushes our thinking. And we do lean into being accountable to our stakeholders. Because, as a couple of our speakers mentioned earlier, what we all share or have in common is a love for our scholars and a desire to serve each of them at the highest quality level. I'm personally very excited about the work we are doing in Hopkins to cultivate the type of scholar who will graduate, whether it's in class of 21 or in 3 or in 5 or in 13 years to be able to successfully navigate the complexity that we know this world will offer and bring to our scholars. So thanks for the opportunity to share with you this evening, and I would entertain any questions.
Thank you, Dr. Mary Perry Reed. Any questions or comments from my board colleagues? Well, I appreciate the time you took with empathy to address some of the major conversations and themes that have been coming up in our community over the past 3 weeks. So thank you for that. Director Cool, I saw you unmute.
Yeah, I was going to kind of echo what you were saying. And also, Chair Burchard, you had mentioned that there would be a reach back out to those individuals that made a comment. Can you give just a little bit of what that looks like?
Yeah, absolutely. So it typically depends, on the nature of the comment. If there were specific questions that were addressed to the board and members of the administration, we work together to provide, specific answers to those. Certainly an acknowledgement of the concerns and any additional information that can be provided that's helpful, to move the conversation forward and put us into a place where we're all working together for the betterment of our district. Anything to add to that, Dr. Mary Perry Reed?
No, I think you're right on, Chair Burchard, and thank you for the question, Director Cool. Somebody on our team will get back to Ms. Cameron and Mr. Black, and also to connect with the 2 individuals, Mr. Carls and Miss, is it Kretz? Kretz, yes, who left voicemails. So really appreciate everyone's input, and we think it's important to acknowledge the input, but also to answer any specific questions. For example, one question that I typed out was, what outcomes are we looking for in our new math model? So we need to, of course, we're thinking through those, but we need to make them plain to our stakeholders as well. Thank you.
Any other board member questions or comments? With that, I would look for a motion to approve the agenda.
So moved.
I have a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
I have a motion and a second to approve the agenda. Any discussion? Seeing none, Clerk Peterson.
Thank you, Chair Bouchard. Director Adams.
Aye.
Director Ahmed.
Aye.
Vice Chair Andreessen.
Aye.
Director Khan.
Aye.
Director Cool.
Aye.
Director Peterson. Aye. And Chair Bouchard.
Aye. Thank you, Clerk Peterson. We have 7 ayes, 0 nays. Motion carries. Next, I would look for a motion to approve the consent calendar.
So moved.
I have several motions. Is there a second?
I'll second that.
I have a motion and a second to approve the consent calendar. Any discussion? Seeing none, Clerk Peterson.
Thank you, Chair Bouchard. Director Adams.
Aye.
Director Ahmed.
Aye.
Vice Chair Andreessen.
Aye.
Director Khan.
Aye.
Director Cool.
Aye.
Director Peterson. Aye. And Chair Bouchard.
Aye. Thank you, Clerk Peterson. We have 7 ayes, 0 nays. Motion carries. Next, we'll move to the Treasurer's Report. And Director Adams, I'm glad you're with us this evening because when technology failed us last time and I had to do an emergency Treasurer's Report, I received par. So I'm going to turn it over to you for a legitimate Treasurer's Report.
Well, I'm sorry I didn't go back and review it. It sounds like it might have been entertaining. Yeah, as is typical for the middle of the month report, we've got the enrollment figures. And in March, our enrollment increased by 11 students. Yeah, in March, it increased by 11 students. I got this wrong. It was April, the April enrollment report. We increased by 11 students since March, and 10 of those were in grades 1 through 7. So it happened primarily at the lower grades. We're 11 ahead of our initial head count as of October 1st, but we're still at 102 students less than we budgeted for this year. So we're experiencing what every district in the state seems to be experiencing, which is a reduction in enrollment due to COVID. On the expense side, we're 75% through the fiscal year. Expenses are running at 63% compared to 67% at this time last year. So we're doing a good job on holding down expenses. Expenses of note include nearly 26,254 ClassLink annual software renewal. I'm not exactly sure what ClassLink does. I think it's a way to consolidate login IDs for various applications. There's $96.50 for the Million Meal t-shirts for the drivers. We have been, throughout the pandemic, been providing free meals to students and their families throughout the district. And some of those have been delivered. Most of those are picked up at the schools, but some of those have been delivered by some of our school bus drivers in the district. So we're thankful to them. And we passed the Million Meal mark. I think it was about middle of March. So we were celebrating that. And then just as an example of how we show our dedication to our students, there was a $4.80 reimbursement to a staff member who mailed supplies for distance learning to one of our distance learning students. So we're very concerned, obviously, about all of our students, even those that are doing distance learning. So with that, I move that we approve total disbursements in the amount of $2,551,054.76 for the period March 30, 2021 through April 12, 2021.
I have a motion to approve the treasurer's report. Is there a second?
I'll second.
I have a motion and a second to approve the treasurer's report. Any discussion? Seeing none, Clerk Peterson.
Thank you, Chair Bouchard. Director Adams.
Aye.
Director Ahmed.
Aye.
Vice Chair Andreessen.
Aye.
Director Khan.
Aye.
Director Cool.
Aye.
Director Peterson. Aye. And Chair Bouchard.
Aye. Thank you, Clerk Peterson. We have 7 ayes, 0 nays. Motion carries. Next, we will move into new business, and we have some policies to discuss this evening. So I will turn it over to Vice Chair Andreessen.
Thank you, Chair Bouchard. I appreciate all the work that has been done on these policies with the monitoring committee, which is made up of Director Cool and Director Peterson, as well as Assistant Superintendent Nick Lightfoot. Just wanted to create a little bit of context around these policies. The first is Policy 102, Equal Education Opportunity. And we have been working on that in talking about it in the broader context of other policies that we have on the books that dovetail nicely into providing additional clarification around issues that are important to our scholars and also to our staff and wider community. And so with that being said, our other policy that we will be reviewing tonight is our gender inclusion policy, which is one of those that we identified that will help clarify and provide additional information around for our Hopkins Public Schools community. And with that, I invite Assistant Superintendent Nick Lightfoot to give us more details around these policies.
Certainly. Thank you. It's good to be with you this evening. We have two policies that are in front of the board in first read. The first is Policy 102, which is our Equal Education Opportunity Policy. You will note that the monitoring committee did review this policy and made specific changes in Section 2A, specifically to involve our work more deeply in authentic inclusivity. So you will see the addition of additional class status for consideration in paragraph 2A. That was really the majority of conversation that we focused on as a monitoring committee. Otherwise, no specific changes were fully identified for Policy 102. I would invite any other monitoring committee members to speak to anything more fully and would be available to the board for any additional questions related to Policy 102.
Just a quick comment that I'm fully supportive of the inclusion of the more specific language, especially right there at the beginning. I think that it makes the policy much more powerful and able to do what the intent is. So I appreciated that inclusion. Any additional board member comments or questions about Policy 102? Looks like we can move ahead.
Great. Next policy is the Gender Inclusion Policy, as was discussed in the workshop. An incredible amount of energy, insight, input has gone into this to be in front of you in its first read. There have been some additional pieces of information that were brought forward in the workshop just to outline for the full board in the conversation. We will adjust, of course, the Roman numerals to reflect each of the paragraphs correctly. So we'll make sure we get that editorial item taken care of. There were a couple other items that were of note. Specifically, the one that we wanted to pay full attention to was the section on privacy, and that we would look toward the more broadly inclusive term of gender versus what our original language stated as transgender, to be more fully inclusive in the paragraph on privacy. So that was the change that was recommended. That has been tentatively put into the language, of course, pending approval in first read. We would certainly make that change to the policy and are certainly open for any further discussion or insight or further clarification that we're able to provide for members of the board at this time.
Thank you. I just wanted to provide a little bit of context for our community that perhaps was not part of the workshop, and that the work on this policy specifically began 2 years ago and involved work with staff, administration, board member, Chair Bouchard, and in particular, I think the most important input was from our scholars across the district at our high school, our junior highs, and then the work this year has been led by students involved in our school board's equity and inclusion student advisory. They have worked really hard, given us lots of concrete input on this specific draft and how we could make it better, and how that a policy like this can have real and direct impact on student experience in Hopkins Public Schools. Thank you, Vice Chair Andreessen. Just to add a bit to that framing,
I had a lot to prepare for the meeting this night and tonight, and so I didn't do something that I really wanted to do, and it was to get permission to name some names of staff and scholars in our district who are really instrumental in creating this, the first draft of this policy in 2019. And so because I didn't get your permission, I'm not going to speak your names at a public meeting, but you know who you are. And so thinking about our GSA advisors at the junior highs and the high school, the scholars who are involved in those groups, we spent hours together in conversation, and our transgender student group at the high school in 2019. And it is really exciting and in some ways long overdue, and I don't want that to come off as a criticism, because I think that we've done some really important work between 2019 and now. And I also know that there are scholars and families across our system who have been waiting for this policy. And so the fact that we're at this point tonight, in so many ways, for those of us who connect to this policy in deeply personal ways, feels like a relief. And I have said this many times, especially when we're talking about our board goals, that we gave our policy and monitoring committee such a heavy lift when we wrote those board goals, and that this was one of the components that reflects our board goals. And so just really deep appreciation to our policy and monitoring committee for that work. This policy is important for me first and foremost because it reflects the values of our Hopkins Schools community as articulated in Vision 2031. And it also aligns with the Minnesota Human Rights Act. And, for our community members who are not as familiar with our policy process, we vet our policies through our district legal team, to make sure that they are aligned with the latest legal qualifications and guidance, regarding, in this case, gender. So, I guess it would be, I think, helpful to our community too, just to provide a little context around process. I'm like inhaling my mask, so I apologize. I'm not my most articulate at this moment, but our policy and monitoring committee work really hard to bring these fully fleshed out policies before the board. And for a policy like this, where we know there will probably be some robust discussion, we bring it to the board during a workshop, which we did this evening. And tonight we'll vote on it in first reading. And then we'll vote on it at our next meeting in second reading, where it will appear on the consent calendar. So between this first reading vote and the second reading vote, our policy and monitoring committee has designed a community engagement opportunity. So for folks who are listening tonight and who are throughout our community who would like to give input on this particular policy. And so Vice Chair Andreessen, I'm wondering if you could share a bit about that with our community right now.
Absolutely. It's modeled after the budget engagement sessions that were previously put on by the district and the school board. So we will be live streaming. There will be board members from the monitoring committee on the Google Meet, as well as staff and administration who can help guide the discussion. You can submit your feedback, questions, comments on a Google form, and they will all be responded to. They may not all be shared out publicly in the response. So it is on Thursday, April 29th at 5 p.m. And you will be able to access that via our website, Hopkins Schools. It was also sent out through principal newsletters, so people are aware of when and how they can engage with the board around this topic.
Thank you very much for providing that in our committee. I think it's really important for the board to be able to get that before we do the final. So any other comments or questions from our colleagues? Okay, so with that, I would look for a motion that the board approve policy 102 and gender inclusion in first reading and direct the administration to prepare the policies with suggested revisions for approval in second reading at the next meeting as part of consent.
So moved.
I have a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
I have a motion and a second to approve the aforementioned policies with suggested revisions for approval in second reading as part of consent. Any further discussion? Seeing none, Clerk Peterson.
Thank you, Chair Bouchard. Director Adams.
Aye.
Director Ahmed.
Aye.
Vice Chair Andreessen.
Aye.
Director Khan.
Aye.
Director Cool.
Aye.
Director Peterson. Aye. And Chair Bouchard.
Aye. Thank you, Clerk Peterson. We have 7 ayes, 0 nays. Motion carries. Next, we will move to our resolution specifying personnel to be terminated or placed on unrequested leave, and I'll turn it over to Dr. Mary Perry-Reed.
Thank you so much, Chair Bouchard. As I mentioned in my earlier update, how challenging this year has been, I would like to explicitly talk about how our staff in Hopkins have responded to the difficult conditions and circumstances brought on by the pandemic. And as such, the idea of losing any staff at all due to budget constraints or program shifts is a very difficult idea. Our staff in Hopkins are truly like no other. They have consistently rise to the occasion. They have demonstrated flexibility and patience and courage and very high levels of stamina and resilience this entire year. And although there have been health concerns too numerous to count, our staff have set aside personal needs in order to be there for our students, and we appreciate this very much. I want our community to know that we have spent many hours every week for the last few months to work through our budget and to seize every possible opportunity to be thoughtful and intentional, not just about how to minimize staff reductions, but also how we will communicate clearly and with transparency. Because our enrollment drives revenue, we are in a place at this time where our budget next year will not support our current level of staffing, and this is a pretty terrible reality that many districts are facing this spring. Thus, school boards have the unfavorable task of approving staffing reductions. We are thankful that some of our ESSER funds are able to support positions that are ESSER allowable. However, we are mindful that this is one-time, unsustainable, and non-enrollment driven money. So with that framing and with this difficult agenda item facing the board, I would like to thank Dr. Lightfoot, our HR expert, for helping our board and community understand tonight's staffing resolution.
Thank you, Dr. Mary Perry-Reed. As has been stated, this is the difficult work that's ahead of us as administration and you as a board in aligning our fiscal resource with our available staff positions. The resolutions that are before you this evening are the next in the series of resolutions that are designed to walk through our fiscal resources, align the FTE, and then make sure that we provide notice to those individuals who are impacted by the decision this evening. So with that, there are specific resolutions tied to specific contracts, and I'll walk through those with you this evening. The first is the determination and non-renewal of temporary teaching contracts. Temporary teaching contracts are those contracts that develop throughout the course of a year. Usually those are based on leaves of absence or other unanticipated staffing needs that might develop throughout the course of the year, and they are designed for a temporary period of time. These contracts terminate based on that end date, and as such, the first resolution does remove those temporary teaching contracts for this year, and that would be the first resolution that we would put in front of the board. I'm available for questions, and after those questions, we do need the roll call vote of the board to move this resolution forward.
Any comments or questions from my board colleagues?
Chair Bouchard.
Director Adams.
Yes, this is one of the unpleasant jobs of the school board member that we have to go through every year. And I can feel how personal it feels. My wife was an employee of the district for 42 years, and she had to go through this frequently, especially earlier in her career. And it's always painful, but some of those people do get hired back. So be mindful of that. I would ask Dr. Lightfoot, do we vote on all resolutions as one or individually?
Thank you, Director Adams. We do vote on them individually as separate resolutions. So we'll walk through all of those for this evening, and I'll outline each in a little bit more distinct detail as to the details that are associated with it specifically.
Thank you.
Chair Bouchard.
Director Cool.
Dr. Lightfoot, I am wondering if you could just explain a little bit more with the contracts that these individuals receive at the beginning of their temp employment. Is it very clear that this is coming at the end of the year, or how is that communicated so that this is not a surprise, understanding that this is done every year? Thank you.
Thank you, Director Cool, for the question. Yes, as a limitation on the temporary contract, that is specific, that it is for the duration of this year and or a specific period of time. So, for example, sometimes contracts are developed for maternity leaves, other leaves of absence, specific periods of time, and so those are discussed with the employee at the time of contract so that the individual knows the duration of the contract as well throughout the course of the year. If that's a little bit more helpful detail there.
Vice Chair Anderson. Yes, Vice Chair Anderson.
Hi. I was wondering if, just for my sake in kind of wrapping my head around this as part of our larger budget process.
I'm sorry, Vice Chair Anderson. We can't hear you very well.
Oh, my.
There we go.
Sorry.
Thank you.
I'll start over. Just trying to get some clarification around this larger budgeting process that we go through as a district. The last the conversation that we had about this, I believe we were able to talk about more specifics around staffing, and a number was given, kind of an estimate of how many staff that we thought might not have their contracts renewed. And I'm just wondering if you could clarify, is that what we're looking at right now? Has that number shifted? Is there a reason behind that you could share with the board and the community?
I will do my best with each of these resolutions. There are different kind of layers of contracts as I identified with this resolution. These are specifically tied, like I mentioned, to leaves of absence or different kinds of circumstances that change throughout the course of the year. So, for example, in temporary contracts, if we have an individual who needed to go out on sometimes medical leaves or other kinds of components, they will return the next year, but these individuals who are there for that short period of time, the board has to take its action as well to end that contract. So while this temporary contract isn't necessarily tied to specific components of budget, it is generally tied more to leaves of absence and or specific needs that may have developed throughout the course of the year. In the next set of resolutions that are more of those probationary contracts, those contracts and the unrequested leave contracts are the two that will be more specifically tied to the budgetary components, where we have more impact and the deeper impact because of the fiscal resource that we need to consider.
Great, thank you. I just wanted to make sure that we were all understanding where this was coming in the budget discussions. Thank you.
Any additional board member comments or questions on this first resolution? Okay, with that, I would look for a motion that the board adopt the resolution for the termination and non-renewal of temporary teacher contracts.
So move.
I have a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
I have a motion and a second that the board adopt the resolution for the termination and non-renewal of temporary teacher contracts. Any further discussion? Seeing none, Clerk Peterson.
Director Adams. Director Ahmed.
Aye.
Director Andreessen. Oh, Vice Chair Andreessen.
Aye.
Director Khan.
Aye.
Director Cool.
Aye.
Director Peterson. Aye. And Chair Bouchard.
Aye, thank you, Clerk Peterson. We have 7 ayes, 0 nays. Motion carries. And I'll turn it back to you, Dr. Lightfoot.
Thank you, the Chair Bouchard. The next resolution is the probationary teaching contracts. These contracts are individuals that are directly impacted, as I mentioned before, either through budget, non-renewal, and as part of our actions here, we have done our diligence to look at the available funds. What Director Adams noted is an ongoing effort for us when we continually relook at the changing landscapes and sets of circumstances. What we do know is throughout the course of the summer months and even prior to and up into the start of next school year, we have ever-changing sets of circumstances where we have individuals who, for whatever life reasons, may make different decisions, have different impacts in their own lives, and teaching positions become available that aren't available right now. And we're continually mindful of those individuals on the list and are ever mindful of any additional funds or opportunities that we can consider to bring individuals back. So know that that is a continual work of our administration as we continue to monitor and adjust the staffing needs from now until the start of next school year. But as it stands right now, we have done our work based on the previous resolutions to look at the available funding, the available level of positions that we have to staff at the present time. And that is the resolution that is here with our set of probationary teaching contracts. Just so people understand, these are individuals in their first 3 years of employment with the district, or are coming to us from another district where they might have had a continuing contract and this is their year of probation. As part of those statutory requirements, these individuals go through a different process than those individuals who we've offered a continuing contract. And that continuing contract requires an unrequested leave of absence, which I'll go through in the next resolution. But this one is specific right now to the probationary contracts.
Any board member questions or comments on this resolution? Director Peterson.
Dr. Lightfoot, can you help me understand when we rescind a probationary contract, but then perhaps rehire once funds allow, how does that affect that 3-year period for that teacher? Is it, let's say, next year, would that be year 1 then again? Do they start over, or would that be considered year 2 for them? Okay, thank you.
Yeah, it's continuous, and we look at continuous service throughout the course of the 3 years. There's a statutory requirement that a year, quote unquote, is 120 days. So as long as it meets that 120-day term for that next level of contract, it's considered to be a continuous set of employment within a district, and that counts for those 3 years.
Thank you.
Any additional board member comments or questions on this resolution? I'd like to briefly just join in Director Adams' expression of empathy that he gave during our conversation about the first resolution. As I was preparing for tonight, I saw myself in each one of these resolutions at some point during my 20-year teaching career, both in K-12 and as a faculty member. I'm still technically, after 11 years at the same institution, an adjunct, and so this is something that I experience every year, and so I'm right now, as we're voting on it, experiencing a very high level of empathy with the staff members who will be leaving our system and hopefully be able to be hired back at some point before next fall. Any additional comments or questions?
Chair Bouchard?
Yes, Director Cool.
This is probably more in general. I'm not sure if this is for Dr. Mary Perry Reed or Dr. Lightfoot. But during our conversations a couple of months ago, we talked a lot about the predictable staffing model. And that, of course, has guided a lot of these decisions. And one of the questions that we discussed on and off during that discussion is kind of the review process that once we get into that and each school and principal has a chance to really review on how things are going, and deciding if something may need to change or have pressures or issues, we talked that there will be a review process, not necessarily to hire more people, but to try to find better ways to, run our budgets. Can you give us just a little bit of a reminder of what you are thinking about or planning for each of the principals to be doing as they review how this predictable staffing model actually executes at each of the schools?
Thank you for the question, Director Cool. I think I understand it, so I could start, and then perhaps Director Chapanduka or Dr. Lightfoot can jump in. So our next step in this process is both budget and staffing oriented. So as you know, we are using a new digital platform called My Budget File that will help principals be able to interact in very immediate ways with their budgets, with their predictable staffing model, and with all of their discretionary dollars, so that we can be super specific staff to staff, both salaried as well as hourly employees, who is included in that staffing model and what adjustments need to be made. And so the next step is for principals to receive more detailed training on how to navigate and use My Budget File, which is sort of like it's their budgeting tool, right? And it also helps them manage the staffing process with a great deal of certainty. So that's the most immediate next step. And then what needs to happen is, as principals work through paraprofessional and clerical and other staffing adjustments or changes or assignments, then we begin to get a very clear picture, school by school, who's in what role, who is doing what, and how that's reflected in the budgeting platform, my budget file. So I think this is the review that you asked about. I'm not sure if I'm answering the question directly, but we meet with our principals literally every week, and we'll continue that process. But now, in terms of like how some of the budgeting decisions have reflected in staffing decisions, which then inform the way that programs will be shaped or developed or continued, then, principals will also be closely working with their teacher leadership teams. So there are multiple ways that principals are going to be multiple methods principals are going to be exercising in just moving forward in this budgeting, staffing, programming process. I'm not sure if that helps, Director Kuhl.
It does. I think you answered almost exactly what I was looking for. The only piece maybe that's missing for me is I'm assuming this review or this constant conversation that's going to be happening at the school level, that will be happening after the beginning of the school year next year, meaning while class is happening, so that they're constantly reviewing if there is challenges in the classroom.
Would you mind restating the question? I think I'm not clearly understanding what you're asking.
Sure, I will do my best. So a lot of the conversation, your answer, I understood as being before the school year starts for next year. And my question is, where will the review process be after school starts to address any issues that may come about based on staffing? Is that a little clear?
Oh, sure. Okay, I'll begin, and then Nick, if you want to follow. Sorry, Dr. Lightfoot. So, yes, that's really clear. So because many of these systems are new, we probably won't have as many meetings next year as we did this year, but we will continue being in concert with our school leaders to do that review that you're referring to. Every spring, we do go through a specific set of staffing exercises, but because these systems are new to us, we will begin those meetings much earlier in the year so that we're all growing our familiarity with my budget file, so that we're all growing familiarity with how comfortably principals have staffed their programs, and like you said, what challenges or opportunities they are facing and sharing with each other and presenting to us so we can partner with them. So we'll just stay in constant communication and be really thoughtful about what that partnership and review looks like. We're not gonna, stop it on like the mid-June of this year and start up during spring or staffing season of next year. No, we'll start right back up in the fall, if that makes sense. Dr. Lightfoot, is there anything you'd want to add to that?
The other item that I would draw attention to within the budget is that we do have a targeted staffing space where we do have funding available that is marked for us to consider with, for example, enrollment fluctuations, other scheduling issues that may result. So we're in constant contact over the course of the summer as well, right up until the start of the school year, and making sure that we can adjust and consider where resources can be placed based on additional information that happens from now literally until the start of next school year. And as you identified, Director Cole, throughout the rest of the school year as well, kind of bringing us circling back to some of those temporary contracts sometimes that are necessary as well.
Thank you very much, and I do apologize that my question was hard to understand. I was working it out in my head. Sorry.
Any other board member questions or comments on this resolution? Okay, with that, I would look for a motion that the board adopt the resolution for the termination and non-renewal of probationary teacher contracts.
So moved.
I have a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
I have a motion and a second to adopt the resolution for the termination and non-renewal of probationary teacher contracts. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, Clerk Peterson.
Thank you, Chair Bouchard. Director Adams.
Aye.
Director Ahmed.
Aye.
Vice Chair Andreessen.
Aye.
Director Khan.
Aye.
Director Kuhl.
Aye.
Director Peterson. Aye. And Chair Bouchard.
Aye. Thank you, Clerk Peterson. We have 7 ayes, 0 nays. Motion carries. And I'll turn it back to you, Dr. Lightfoot.
Thank you, Chair Bouchard. The last resolution that we have this evening is the proposed placement on unrequested leave of absence. As I noted before, there are different kinds of contracts that are afforded to individuals, and after 3 years of probationary service in a specific public school district, an individual attains continuing contract status. And as an individual obtains continuing contract status, what we need to look at is a process called unrequested leave of absence, which means that while we have a placement on unrequested leave of absence, individuals that are placed on unrequested leave of absence have first right to positions that would open up into the future. So this is not per se a termination of a contract. It is a placement on an unrequested leave that extends for 5 years. So when we in Human Resources look at the placement, we know that individuals on this list are the first to recall to specific contractual language that we have. And when we look at these unrequested leave placements, these placements are because of the lack of funding or the lack of registrations, changes within programs, uncertainty to what the program will be able to deliver. And then once we have specific information regarding registrations, program information, or as I said before, 1, 2, even 3 years into the future where we may have different staffing needs, we have an obligation to consider this continuing contract. And so your vote this evening is a proposal for the placement on unrequested leave. Individuals are given a period of time based on a proposed placement to consider that, to ask the board to consider something different. And then what will come before you on May 18th is the final placement, and that action would specifically place an individual. So the resolution tonight is the proposed placement. Then what we do is we communicate with those individuals. They have time to consider if they have any additional questions. It gives them another layer of due process for them to make sure that they have additional opportunity to ask specific questions that the administration responds to. And then after that, if needed, we will engage the board. And if no further question, then we will bring forward to you the list on the 18th of May for final placement. I know that gets to be a little bit complex, so I am more than happy to clarify if there are items that I explained that need further clarification for any board members.
Dr. Lightfoot, I know that this third resolution has caught the eye of some of our community members who had questions about the Title I individuals who are on this list, and I'm wondering if you could clarify a bit more there.
Sure, I'll do my best. For the title program, right now we're considering the available funding that's available and the program designs at each of our elementary buildings. And as those are continually in process right now, and we aren't certain exactly where all of that staffing will follow, what the exact programming will look like, and as that is still in flux, right now, since we do not know the exact specifics of that, we have the proposed placement. Once we do know the specifics of what that looks like, especially on the unrequested leave, we would do the recall as quickly as we can once we have the specific funding available that we know we can sustain with title programming. And once we know exactly what the hours would look like or the program components would look like, we can certainly adjust once we have that specific information.
Thank you. That was helpful. Any additional board member comments or questions?
Hi, Chair Bouchard.
Vice Chair Andreessen.
Thank you. I just had a quick question about the, you mentioned once we know where the funding is for specific areas, then we might be able to have some other, anyway, we'll have a better idea of what kind of resources we can have available. Is that dependent on the legislature right now? Could you just give me a sense of why we're in flux?
Yeah, I can. It's a combination of both. I think, as has been mentioned, it's a combination of what the sites are developing with their title plans. As part of their spring work, our sites are finalizing those title plans. They are looking at the available resources, how they are utilizing those available resources. They are in conversation with staff and, as you're aware, under the title legislation, in part with their broader community, developing those. And so I do believe that there's additional information that will be forthcoming regarding those title programming opportunities as well to the board. So once those are finalized, it will be in concert with what the staffing needs will be as well. Does that help?
I can also add I was going to add some context to that, Director Andreessen, on top of what Dr. Lightfoot said. So when we are budgeting, especially with our federal programs, we are budgeting at the best assumption we have. We don't get the allocation right away until around July, August, the actual allocation for title dollars. So we are using the best assumption because of the fact that it's tied to our free and reduced, as well as the Title 1, Part A allocation formula. And then once we get the actual information, which will later on in March come back to the board with an amendment to the budget, because at that point in time, we know how much funding is coming into the system. And I know there's been talk about maybe getting some additional title dollars is being discussed at the federal level. But we don't have all that information as we try to get the budget approved by the board as required by statute in June.
Director Chapanduka, I believe you went on mute.
Oh, okay. So I don't know, where do you want me to start?
I think you said that we will have a better sense once we get information from the federal government. I think you said, was it July?
So around, so from like the programs around July, August, that's where we'll get the actual better sense of the allocations we'll get. But usually when we look at the historical and how much we've received in federal programs, we're always very close to those allocations.
Director Chapanduka, you're on mute again. Oh, I wonder, are we on a delay?
Maybe, because I wasn't on mute.
Oh, okay. Then I think we were just on a tech delay. Okay, that makes more sense. All right. So I just want to summarize. So we're in a place where we're still waiting to find out what our actual Title I allocation is going to be. So that's the budgetary component. And then at the same time, building leaders are thinking through what the structure of their Title I services delivery will be. And once both of those components come back together and we have that information for the board and for the community, there might be the opportunity that some of these folks who are being placed on unrequested leave would be called back. Was there anything wrong in what I just said?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
And Chair Bouchard, can I just do a quick plug?
Yes.
So I know that you mentioned that Title I funds are at the federal level are based on free and reduced lunch application rates within a district. And so I want, I know in the state legislature, there was some movement to be able to use the prior school year's free and reduced lunch numbers to apply to this year, because we have seen our applications plummet during the pandemic. I don't know where anything is at on those lines, but I just want our community to be aware that this is yet another way in which districts are looking at reduced funding, and in particular for this specific programming, or not programming, services in our schools. So.
Thank you. Any additional board member comments or questions on this resolution? So with that, I would look for a motion that the board adopt the resolution for the proposed placement on unrequested leave of absence.
So moved.
I have a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
I have a motion and a second that the board adopt the resolution for the proposed placement on unrequested leave of absence. Any further discussion? Seeing none, Clerk Peterson.
Director Adams.
Aye.
Director Ahmed.
Aye.
Director Andreessen.
Aye.
Director Khan.
Aye.
Director Cool.
Aye.
Director Peterson. Aye. And Chair Bouchard.
Aye. Thank you, Clerk Peterson. We have 7 ayes, 0 nays. Motion carries. Thank you to Dr. Lightfoot for walking us through the 3 resolutions and for engaging with all of our questions. Next, we will move to our transportation update, and I'll turn it back to Dr. Mary Perry Reed.
Okay, very good. Thank you, Chair Bouchard. So we did have an opportunity at our workshop earlier to talk a bit about transportation. We shared details of the pending transition within our transportation department and services regarding closing our contract with MTI and partnering with Lake Country. We welcome this opportunity to have Lake Country help us build and provide high-quality busing and transportation services to our scholars, pre-K through Transition Plus. We did mention earlier that when we first met with Lake Country, we were really impressed with what we experienced as natural mission alignment between Hopkins Public Schools and Lake Country. So we are really excited to work with this team as we think about transportation services that are truly student-centered, flexible, and even innovatively structured or routed. So with that, I would invite Director Chapanduka back to the virtual space, also Director Agate, our current Director of Transportation, and Lake Country CEO Paul Spakowski and his team, who will help us and our community members better understand this particular and new contract. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Mary Perry. Again, good evening. Good evening, Chair Bouchard, respective board members, staff, and the community. With me tonight, I have Mr. Paul Spakowski, who is the owner and CEO of Lake Country Transportation, as well as Mr. Derek Agate, our district transportation supervisor, Mr. Ryan Klinjan, who is the owner and president of Catalyst Sourcing, as well as Mr. Chris Boyce, our procurement and purchasing coordinator for the district. As alluded to by the superintendent during our workshop, we did give some highlights of our intent to get into a contract with Lake Country Transportation to provide transportation services for the district. I'll probably just give some high-level point of views on what that contract looks like, and we'll open up this discussion to the board if you have any other questions you may have. So from a high-level standpoint, what we are looking at here with this new contract and what we've worked on and negotiated with Lake Country were key components which have to do with a safe, efficient, and transparent student transportation system for the district, which is aligned to our Vision 2031, which is aligned to our reimagining of our programs and services within our district. We've worked with Lake Country to put drivers at the center and heart of the operations by making sure that we'll pay our drivers at and above the base with a premium factored into the contract. Because for our system to really operate efficiently, we need engaged and experienced drivers who are actually the wake-up call for our students every morning and the good night call for our students as they get dropped every evening back to their families. We also looked at how to enhance our technology, providing more tools to families in as far as applications which avail families to know where the scholars are and when the scholars are dropped off or picked up from their different bus stops. We also factored in other applications which will give live access and information to families as they check on their routes or at the beginning of the school year, or if there's any change to the routes during the year, they'll be able to get all that information. Lake Country will also be providing, new buses with enhanced cameras in their system, as well as the opportunity to be able to identify students as they get into the buses, so that we don't have any situations where students end up getting into the wrong buses. Part of what we also negotiated with this contract were looking at efficiencies and putting into play some fair contractual relationship, which are based on route fees, which are factored using a true runtime. We also looked at increasing efficiencies, one with, their busing services, not just looking at the big buses, but also factoring in, small scale transportation modes of moving students between different activities and programs. So in a nutshell, that's what this contract, which we are bringing to the board, entails as we get into this relationship with Lake Country, which I anticipate will be a long-term relationship, and we'll be revisiting with them as we start to develop the processes together. And I would invite Mr. Spassowski, sorry if I misspelled your name again, to the table to maybe provide us a high-level view of Lake Country. Thank you.
Thank you, Torero, Chair Bouchard, and fellow members. Thank you again for the opportunity to be here this evening. I know in the workshop session, I expressed and want to express again that we are very excited to be partnering with Hopkins, and it really is exciting for us as a team when we hear about the vision that Hopkins is going after for Vision 2031. That really aligns so much with who we are as a company and the values that we also embody. It just makes it where this is really going to be a special partnership where we can come alongside you guys and help you deliver on those goals. And with the relationship with Derek in transportation and the updates we'll be giving him on a consistent basis, I really do believe this is going to be an upgrade for Hopkins.
Oh, I think you're muted.
Were you guys able to hear what I said before? Is there any questions that you guys may have that have maybe come up in the last couple hours?
Well, thank you very much, Paul, and the entire Lake Country team that joined us during the workshop. It was really wonderful to engage in some dialogue with your team and better understand who you are and how you'll be serving our Hopkins scholars and families over the next, hopefully, many, many years. And just very grateful to be in partnership with you, and grateful to our team on the Hopkins side who did a lot of heavy lifting to reimagine what our transportation might look like to better serve our families here in Hopkins. So thank you very much. Any comments or questions from my board colleagues? Excellent. So I think we do need to do a formal contract approval. It is not on the agenda as such. So Torero, could you just give me a confirmation there that we do need to formally approve the contract?
Thank you, Chair Bouchard. Yes, the board need to formally approve the contract.
Okay, thank you. So with that, I would look for a motion that we approve the contract with Lake Country as included in the board packet this evening.
So moved.
I have a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
I have a motion and a second to approve the contract with Lake Country. Any further discussion? Seeing none, Clerk Peterson.
Thank you, Chair Bouchard. Director Adams.
Aye.
Director Ahmed.
Aye.
Director Andreessen.
Aye.
Director Khan.
Aye.
Director Kuhl.
Aye.
Director Peterson. Aye. And Chair Bouchard.
Aye. Thank you, Clerk Peterson. We have 7 ayes, 0 nays. Motion carries. Next, we'll move on to our board member reports. Who would like to go first?
I'll go, Chair Bouchard.
All right, Director Adams.
Yes, on April 9th and 10th, I attended the final 2 days of the NSBA conference, which was done totally online, of course, this year. And got to hear 2 of the keynote speakers, Soledad O'Brien, who had spoken as a keynoter before at NSBA, and Eddie Gallad, who's Eddie Gallad Jr. He's a professor of African American Studies at Princeton. Both were very enlightening, worth listening to. I attended some other special sessions as well. And every Friday now, during the legislative season, I attend the MSBA chat on Fridays from 9 to 9:30, and always get some interesting perspective on what's going on at the Capitol in the legislative session. It was noted well, I guess it wasn't by MSBA, but it was noted that a letter from the LAC was read on the floor of the Senate in the last week regarding civics, the decision or the attempt to move civics from 9th grade to 11th and 12th grade. LAC had written a letter to all the committee chairs and our own legislators We didn't think that was a very good idea, and that was read on the floor of the Senate. And then, of course, LAC meets every Friday also, so we've been doing that. I will note that I saw today, this afternoon, it was announced that Lane Bell, who is a Hopkins teacher at our HAP program, the Hopkins Achievement Program at the high school, is now one of 9 finalists for Teacher of the Year. It started out with 75 nominees. It's been whittled down to 9, and so Lane is one of those 9. So we look forward to hearing what the results are later this spring. And I would just also note that there's a lot of negotiation going on at the state legislature right now. Both the House and Senate have put forth their omnibus bills. They are very far apart. The Senate omnibus bill only allocates $152 million for K through 12 or E through 12 education. The House bill is $752. So you can see there's a lot of gap there that needs to be negotiated. And unfortunately, even though the House bill does provide for additional funding, it also has 88 new mandates for school districts in it. And of course, no funding tied to any of those mandates. So that's it's going to be a challenge to come to some agreement between the two parties. And I'm willing to start a pool as to when the final date of the session is. I think it's going to go into special session, and maybe 2 or 3. So that's my report.
Thank you, Director Adams. Any other board member reports this evening?
Chair Bouchard.
Director Khan.
Hi. So I just wanted to report that I attended a meeting held by the Education Services Advisory Committee on April 15th. And at the meeting, the discussion focused on pathways to careers. There were 2 teachers there who were talking about Hopkins' involvement in helping our students be prepared for future careers. And it was really eye-opening to see how many partnerships we have in our Hopkins business community. So I was really happy that I heard that our students had Cargill invest $25,000 aimed to encourage Hopkins students who are girls in the finance focused type of careers. So $25,000 is a lot of money, and I'm so grateful that Cargill did that. Another thing that I was really excited about was that Hopkins students apparently created a marketing pitch to Caribou, and that pitch was so successful that Caribou's marketing team used it. And the third thing that I wanted to recognize is that there are a lot of things that Hopkins schools are doing to help advance our students' careers, such as creating programs like DECA, an investment club, the Financial Decathlon, and Hopkins Shark Tank. So that's my report.
Thank you, Director Khan. Now I'm really curious what the slogan was.
Yeah, they didn't discuss what it was. I wish I could have even seen a clip of that. I think one of the teachers does have it, though.
That's really cool. Thank you. Vice Chair Andreessen.
Yes, thank you, Chair Bouchard. I wanted to just follow up with Director Adams' conversation about the education omnibus bills and the work that the LAC has been doing to advocate around things that are important and have an impact on Hopkins. We have, I think it's also important for our community to advocate at the legislature about getting rid of the education savings accounts, which is a fancy name for school vouchers, which will be taking as that bill is now, as it is written, it increases incrementally over the years, and at the end we'll be taking millions of dollars directly out of public education funding. So that is an important thing to advocate against it. And I think that money is even part of their $152 million that they're saying is their funding for public schools. It's absolutely not. So I think everyone in the community should be talking to their legislators about that and the impact it will have on their students' educational outcomes. I'm also was disheartened to see that an amendment that was presented at the Senate to take out their language around restricting student participation in sports along gender lines was defeated. So that language is still in the Senate Education Omnibus Bill, despite all our advocacy on that. But I did want to thank the members of our community that showed up and emailed and called their senators and the chair of that committee, Senator Chamberlain, to get that language removed. We were successful in that the amendment to add it into the House Education Omnibus Bill was defeated. So thank you all for the calls and emails. It does make a big difference. I also wanted to say that I think that the delivery of a petition with 177 signatures on it from Hopkins Public Schools community to demand the legislature start fully funding schools so that school boards are not in this position every year to not know what kind of resources we're going to be able to put into our classrooms and to give to our educators is going to be powerful. They respond to parents. They need to hear your story. I really hope that all of you can take some time to talk to your elected officials and tell them what education means to your family and why they should be fully funding your child's future. So, thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair Andreessen. Any other board member reports this evening? Okay, with that, I would look for a motion to approve the incidental reports.
I so move.
I have a motion. Is there a second?
I second.
I have a motion and a second to approve the incidental reports. Further discussion? I forgot my line. Clerk Andreessen. No, I'm like so bad right now. Clerk Peterson, I'll turn it over to you.
All right. So I was going to come up with a name for you, and I couldn't make one up on the fly, so I'll just go with
Unexhausted board chair. That works.
Nappy nap board chair. She needs a nap, everybody. Send her home. All right. Director Adams.
Aye.
Director Ahmed. Director Andreessen.
Aye.
Director Khan.
Aye.
Director Cool.
Aye.
Director Peterson. Aye. And Chair Bouchard.
Aye, thank you, Clerk Peterson. We have 6 ayes, 0 nays. Motion carries. And with that, I would look for a motion to adjourn.
I so move.
I have a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
I have a motion and a second to adjourn. Any discussion? Seeing none, Clerk Peterson.
Director Adams.
Aye.
Director Ahmed. Director Andreessen.
Aye.
Director Khan.
Aye.
Director Cool.
Aye.
Director Peterson. Aye. And Chair Bouchard.
Aye. Thank you, Clerk Peterson. We have 6 ayes, 0 nays. Motion carries. This meeting of the Hopkins School Board is adjourned at 9:05 p.m. Thank you all.